I invite the member for Kootenay Rockies to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Lord, for the privilege of serving the people of British Columbia. We are gathered here today. Give us wisdom to make good choices, courage to do what's right, and humility to serve others before ourselves. We ask for your blessing over all 93 ridings across this province. Watch out for the families and the workers, the businesses, and the communities that make this province strong. We pray for all their local leaders, that they would lead with honesty, compassion, and a heart for the people they serve. Help us to work together even when we see things differently. Let fairness, respect, and common sense guide everything we do here. Lord, I lift up the people of Kootenay Rockies, the riding I have the privilege to represent. Keep them safe and strong and fill their hearts with hope. And may your blessing reach every valley, every town, and every home across this beautiful province. Remind us, Lord, of the words from Philippians 4:8. Whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about these such things. May those words guide us, our thoughts, our choices, and our actions as we serve the people of British Columbia. Give courage to those who lead, patience to those who serve, and peace to everyone who calls this province home. Let your wisdom guide us today and always. In Jesus' name, amen.
Introductions by members. Member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to send out my love to my Aunt Rita Dorner and all her family. She has passed away today, and I'd just like to recognize her and for the work she did keeping the farm running all those years and raising 3 wonderful children and all the grandchildren involved. And if I could just ask everybody for a round of applause for a life well lived.
Minister of Water and Land.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I just want to give a big warm welcome to members of the BC Water and Waste Association. We had an excellent lunch with them, people from both sides of the aisle today, and I just want to thank you for all the tremendous work you do, especially ensuring that we keep our water systems safe and secure and working to make sure that we work on our waste systems as well. This is a nonprofit organization that represents more than 5,000 water professionals who work every single day to keep our water systems clean, safe, and resilient. They provide training, education, certification, professional development, and they advocate on behalf of and strengthen this critical sector. So thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for lunch. Let's give them all a big welcome.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today we are very honoured to have in the gallery with us officers and members of the Executive Council of the BC Federation of Labour, as well as their staff. I really want to thank the President of the Federation, Suzanne Skidmore, the Secretary-Treasurer, Harminder Singh Cayley, for bringing officers and members to meet with us today. I want to say that we have represented here workers, representatives of workers from across our economy, every single sector of our economy. These are individuals who are literally building BC. They make our communities so much stronger. They bring so much to the table. Would everybody please join me in making them feel very welcome in this place?
Member for Kootenay Comox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce a couple of guests who are in the building today. Leslie Gaudette, the President of the Council of Senior Citizens Organizations of BC, you probably know them better as COSCO, and Jeff Moss with the Jewish Seniors Alliance. These two individuals provide amazing service to our communities and our seniors. Please let the House make them feel welcome.
Member for Esquimalt-Colwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have 2 introductions. First, I would like to start. I have 2 constituents in the House, Randy and Val Munch, who I could not have done this past election with. They were amazing door knockers, and they represent part of my running Vic West for the Victoria side and ensure that I know what's going on, so thank them very much. And the second one, I would be amiss not to specifically reach out. Susie Skidmore, the President of Federation of Labour, but to us, my girls, Gammies, I could not have done this journey without her. She is a union sister, a mentor, a friend, and now Gammies to my little girls. And she showed up at 3 o'clock in the morning to bring this one so I could bring this one to the world. So thank you very much. So I wish to the House to help me make them feel welcome.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce Carolyn Brody. I think she's in the House today, past president of the BC School Trustees Association, and she continues to serve as a trustee in West Vancouver, where I was also working with her. So please make her feel very welcome. Thank you.
Minister of Citizen Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery, it is my pleasure to introduce today the members of the UVic Young New Democrats Club. Here today is Eva Thompson, Miller Crees, Cameron Vaughan, Connor Scott, and Megan Waddle. It is vital for young people like you to be getting involved, and I just can't wait to see what you're going to do to shape the future. With the House, make them feel very welcome.
Member for Prince George North Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the precinct today, I'd like to draw the House's attention to the presence of former MLA, the Honourable Pat Bell. He was a member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia representing Prince George North from 2001 to 2009, and from Prince George Mackenzie from 2009 to 2013. Would you please make the former MLA, Honourable Pat Bell, most welcome?
Member for Burnaby East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take a moment to shout out a couple friends that I see here in the gallery today. I want to start with Sarah Cooner, who is now the president of HSA at the tender age of 32, but with mighty intelligence. So I just want to give you a shout out. Would the House join me in making her feel welcome? And I have a couple more. Crystal Bronworth, who is the business manager for IATSE 891, one of the most staunch advocates for folks in TV and film. And my other sister, Amandeep Nijjar from the Canadian Labour Congress, who is acting as interim director of the Western Pacific region. So thankful to see you all here. And one last one, my sister Karen Ranalata, the president of QPBC. Oh, no, I see one more. And Carol Corden from the BC Teachers Federation. Obviously, the Federation of Labour was my previous employer, so they've been shouted out. But I just want to say that it's amazing to see so many union sisters and women in leadership positions here representing workers across the province. Thank you so much. And would you help me in making them feel very welcome?
Member for Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I just wanted to rise and congratulate my daughter Alyssa. She's been working hard in college and she just got an acceptance letter to BCIT yesterday. She's going to be a shop teacher, so she's pretty excited. So I just want to say congratulations, we love you.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce a special guest today, Adam Bremner-Aikens, sitting behind you. Adam is a community advocate, student, and political organizer from Port Coquitlam. He's passionate about building communities that are sustainable, affordable, and connected, and is finishing his political science degree at SFU, and has been an active member of the BC Green Party, serving in several leadership roles. Adam is driven by a belief that politics should be about people and working together for a better future. Please join me in making him feel welcome.
Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to welcome and introduce members of the Lower Mainland Local Government Association who are joining us for question period today and have had meetings with Minister Anderson and myself, and I know others. We're joined today by the president of LMLGA, Paul Albrecht, who's a councillor from the city of Langley, and past president and chair of the Fraser Valley Regional District and councillor in Abbotsford, Patricia Ross. First vice president of LMLGA, Mickey Vidal, a councillor from Harrison Hot Springs. Second vice president, Jen McCutcheon, who's a director in Electoral Area A, and third Vice President Chris Pettingill, who's a councillor in the district of Squamish, joined by their Executive Director, Shannon Story, who has been doing an excellent job organizing these meetings for them and bringing them here. So will both sides of the House join me in making these incredible local leaders feel welcome here?
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join the member for West Vancouver Sea to Sky in extending an introduction to Adam Bremner Aikens, who recently ran to lead the Green Party. Partisan politics aside, I have nothing but the strongest admiration for any young person who steps up and leads in the political sphere. I spent several years working to support and elect young people through an organization I founded called the Forum for Millennial Leadership, and I'm inspired when I look around this House and see all generations represented. Adam is also joined here by his campaign manager, Brandon Russell. Born in Kamloops, Brandon spent several years working in Ottawa and across the United States, leading national campaigns and advising candidates at every level. Today, he continues his commitment to advancing ethical leadership and restoring faith in the political process as Chief of Staff at Vote Nexus, a firm that supports candidates, strengthens democracy, and builds trust in public institutions. Please join me in welcoming these two young leaders to the House, not for the last time, and in wishing them the best as they move forward in their respective political journeys.
Member for Langley Willowbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this councillor has been recognized by the Housing Minister, but I'd also like to recognize the current councillor for Langley City, Paul Albrat, who's visiting today, and can the House please make him feel welcomed?
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Dr. June Francis. She is the Honorary Consul of Jamaica in British Columbia. She's also the Director of the Institute for Black and African Diaspora for Research and Engagement at SFU and the Chair of BC's Anti-Racism Data Committee. We know that Hurricane Melissa has recently caused catastrophic devastation across several parts of Jamaica, destroying homes, displacing families, and severely impacting critical infrastructure. Many communities are in urgent need of relief, recovery, and rebuilding support. And June, as the Honorary Consul of Jamaica and Vancouver, and as a member of the Jamaican diaspora, is asking and appealing to all British Columbians to stand with those in this time of crisis. And also that every contribution, no matter how small, helps bring vital aid, including food, clean water, shelter, and medical supplies to those affected. And I ask the House to please join me in standing in solidarity with those in Jamaica and those in the community impacted, and please send our heartfelt prayers and wishes for their quick recovery. Thank you very much.
Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to welcome to the House a new journalist. He's not a new journalist, but he's new to this House. He's been a crime reporter, so the Legislature, it'll be simple for him. I want to welcome for BC Today, British Columbia Today, Jeremy Hainsworth to the press gallery.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the MLAs in Abbotsford, I just want to recognize someone that's already been recognized, Patricia Ross. She's outlasted, I don't know, about a dozen mayors in our city. That just tells you about who she is and what she stands for, and I just want to welcome her to this House and for all her hard work in her political career.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Honourable Speaker, I move that a bill intituled the Property Rights Protection Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you will own nothing and be happy. That is the true mantra of this government. In 2019, the property rights of British Columbians were quietly surrendered with the passage of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, also known as DRIPA. DRIPA was a Trojan horse. It turned what appeared to be a harmless and well-meaning United Nations aspiration into binding law. What few realized at the time was that DRIPA mandated the voluntary transfer of property and democratic authority from citizens to unelected and unaccountable tribal chiefs. It was under DRIPA that the Attorney General, now the Premier, instructed provincial lawyers in the Cowichan case not to use their strongest legal argument, namely that Aboriginal title had been extinguished. That was a specific written directive. Mr. Speaker, we can defend property rights or we can defend DRIPA, but we cannot do both. This bill, the Property Rights Protection Act, repeals DRIPA in its entirety and restores to the province its exclusive jurisdiction over property and civil rights. This bill declares that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has no legal force or effect. This bill directs public officials to defend the property rights of British Columbians to the full extent permitted by law. This bill requires meaningful consultation with property owners before any government decisions can impact their property rights. This bill stands for the simple principle that what you own in British Columbia belongs to you, not to the government and not to its friends. It is upon this solid foundation that we pledge to rebuild this province, beginning with this magnificent bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Division has been called. Members participating remotely, please turn your cameras on. Okay.
Friends, come back.
Are we ready? Members, the question is first reading of the bill, Intituled Property Rights Protection Act. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. And Madam Clerk will connect with members participating remotely.
Minister Kang?
I vote nay.
Minister Lohr?
I vote nay.
Minister Malcolmson?
I vote no.
Emily Morissette?
I vote no.
Emily Watt?
I vote aye.
So what else can I change camera? You asked Emily for Surrey South to turn his camera on?
Is member Surrey South is online? If you are, please turn your camera on now. Okay, maybe not.
I don't know if I'm on here.
Member, please turn your camera on.
I'm trying to turn my camera on that it's not turning on. I'm on as it's.
So, member is, then you will not be able to participate.
I'm trying. It's not that I'm not trying to, sir. I can't make this work.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe for medical purposes, it doesn't require me to have this camera.
The chair never had any information about the person who was having a medical leave. And member also, if even if he has medical issue, then he still has to turn his camera on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye. Wilson, Kindy, Millibar, Warbus, Rustad, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Clare, K. Neufeld, Bangu, Payton, Gasper, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Ratte, Davis, McInnes, Bird, McCall, Stamer, Day, Tepper, Mock, Moz, Williams, Lowen, Dollywell, Dirksen, Luck, Block, Brody, Armstrong, and Keeley, 40. Those voting nay. Lohr, G. Anderson, Blatherick, Rutledge, Chant, Toporowski, B. Anderson, Neal, Osborne, Brar, Krieger, Davidson, Parmar, Sunner, Bear, Chandra, Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Sandu, Begg, Higginson, Philip Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Elmore, Morissette, Popham, Dix, Sharma, Farnworth, E.B. Bailey, Callan, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Gibson, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Chow, Deere, Valeriette, and Botterill, 48.
The motion is defeated. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about a place located a few blocks south of my community office in Vancouver, Kensington. There, on a busy street, lies a modest home that looks like many in the neighborhood. While the tumult of city life echoes outside, miracles are happening daily in the quiet spaces of this residence. It's where men recovering from substance abuse are finding hope and healing. I'm proud to share with you the work being done inside the sanctuary. It's called Place of Refuge. It's appropriately named Place of Refuge because it is a safe and nurturing home. Here, men in different phases of their recovery from substance abuse bond together like brothers in a loving family. Licensed by the City of Vancouver and overseen by the Assisted Living Registrar of British Columbia, the Place of Refuge is a long-term transitional housing program. It's a Christian-based initiative and founded in the Mennonite tradition of mutual aid and community. Community is an important part of recovery because while recovery is a deeply personal journey, no one has to walk it alone. Recovery requires shared wisdom, connection, support, and encouragement. Life at Place of Refuge means attending group sessions. Living there also means attending a school of choice or work in the local community. And being a resident also brings access to one-on-one life skills training, access to financial literacy, courses, referrals to various services, 24-hour support from staff, and a home free of drugs, alcohol, and discrimination. At Place of Refuge, residents are surrounded by people who understand and are walking the same path. And they are not strangers, Mr. Speaker. In our community, they are our friends, neighbors, and valued members of our community. At the end of their journey, they're able to integrate in the community and live healthier and more fulfilling lives. Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues, let's give it up for Jeff Borden, the Executive Director of Place of Refuge, his wonderful team, and all the groups and churches and individuals supporting this place of quiet miracles. Thank you.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last night in Richmond, I was joined by the Leader of the Official Opposition, 3 opposition MLAs from Richmond, and 3 government ministers to hear directly from the residents impacted by the recent Cowichan versus Canada declaration of Aboriginal title within the City of Richmond. The mood in the room was one of anxiety, uncertainty, and curiosity, particularly regarding the validity and standing of fee simple ownership over private property. Residents expressed deep concern about what this ruling means for their homes, their investments, and their futures. In her decision, Justice Barbara Young found that Aboriginal title and fee simple ownership can coexist. However, she also affirmed that Aboriginal title is a prior and superior claim to the land. This has raised serious and legitimate questions from homeowners in Richmond. Can I renew my mortgage? Can I obtain mortgage insurance? Why is the value of my property decreasing? And why wasn't I informed of these proceedings? These are not partisan issues. They are real, personal, and pressing. And they're being echoed by some of Canada's top Indigenous legal experts, including Tom Isaac, Jeffrey Moyse, Robin Younger, and Bruce Pardy. Dr. Dwight Newman, professor of constitutional law at the University of Saskatchewan, has stated that, and I quote, "The judgment has much broader implications, that any privately owned lands in BC may be subject to being overridden by Aboriginal title. As elected representatives at all levels of government, we must work together to address the uncertainty surrounding private property rights. Our land title system in British Columbia matters. Let us stand together to protect it." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Coquitlam-Millardville.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In 1927, 98 years ago, women were not included in the definition of persons under the law. In the 1700s, a British court had ruled, women are persons in the matter of pain and penalties
but not persons in matters of rights and privileges. The British North America Act of 1867 for plural used persons, but for the singular only he, supposedly excluding women. Never let him tell you that pronouns aren't important. So 5 women, Murphy, McClung, McKinney, Parlby, and Edwards, took their case to Canada's Supreme Court. Could the legal definition of persons include female persons? They lost. So the famous 5 appealed to the then highest court, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council of Great Britain in London. And finally, after 2 years, on October 18th of 1929, Lord Sankey, Lord Chancellor of Great Britain, handed down the decision. To those who would ask why the word person should include females, the obvious answer is, why should it not? The decision did exclude Indigenous and Asian women who had waited many years to receive equal recognition. The famous 5 are complex, fallible people with beliefs that are unacceptable today. However, October 18th this year was the 96th anniversary of their victory, a victory for all of us. Back then, newspapers throughout the British Empire ran banner headlines that declared women are persons, and today it would be headlines if someone said we were not. This legal decision also contained the principle that our Constitution is a living tree capable of growth and expansion within natural limits, and has largely encouraged Canadian courts to protect and expand rights, not to restrict or retract them. And so today, we remain persons under the law. Do not let that torch go out.
Member for Chilliwack, Cultus Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across British Columbia today, the need for food assistance has reached record levels. According to the Food Banks of Canada, visits in our province have increased by nearly 80% since 2019. Nearly 1 in 3 people relying on food banks are children. Families and seniors are doing everything they can, but still struggling to put food on the table. It's a reminder that food banks were never meant to be permanent. They were meant to be a bridge, and yet for too many, the bridge has become a lifeline. Today, I rise to recognize one of the local organizations in my community that continues to meet this need with compassion and care. The Bowls of Hope program in Chilliwack is celebrating 20 years of service. This inspiring program was a vision and the compassion of late Mike Choka, who believed that no child in our school should ever go hungry. It started with 7 kids and a couple sandwiches, and it has grown into a community-wide effort that now provides 1,100 meals to every single student that is in need across the school district of Chilliwack. This includes a community garden that helps add nutritious ingredients to meals, and the Starfish Backpack program, which ensures children have food to take home over the weekend so they don't go without. Though Mike's no longer with us, his legacy continues. The volunteers, donors, and community partners have carried this critical mission forward. Together, they've built not just a meal program, but a network of hope, one that nourishes both body and spirit. Their goal is simple but profound, to one day make their program unnecessary. So to Chris and all the volunteers, I would like to thank them for 20 years of service and reminding us what compassion in action looks like when community steps in. And to Mike Kocha, your legacy continues to fill the hearts and ensure a bright future for all of our children across the community of Chilliwack. Thank you.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It has count them two, NHL-sized ice rinks and another NHL-sized ice rink scheduled to begin later this year. I'm talking about the Cloverdale Sport and Ice Complex, a beautiful recreation facility in the Surrey neighbourhood of Cloverdale, where we all gathered on Saturday to cut the official ribbon opening this gorgeous state-of-the-art complex. Each of the 2 NHL-sized rinks is equipped with 4 full-size team dressing rooms, 2 officials' rooms, more than 200 spectator seats, and features for accessible ice sport like para ice hockey. Visitors will find skate and helmet rentals, skate sharpening, and food services on site. There are also 3 multi-purpose rooms, a meeting room, and a wheelchair-accessible viewing area. Now, I can be fairly accused of being biased to hockey, but this facility offers a wide range of programs, including other forms of hockey, figure skating, public lessons, and dry floor summer sports such as lacrosse and ball hockey. It has a new parking lot with accessible stalls, EV charging stations, and a pickup and drop-off area accessibly convenient for athletes, families, and spectators. This new facility will make it possible for more of us to enjoy the benefits of staying active, playing sports, and connecting with our community. This is all part of our government's work to build BC and ensure our growing communities have the infrastructure they need to thrive. This project took just over 3 years to complete and was jointly funded by the city for $62.6 million and the province for $70.2 million. It gives local athletes the home ice they deserve, provides families and young players a place to gather and to grow, and attracts regional tournaments and major sporting events that bring visitors energy and economic benefits to our region. The residents of Surrey are rightly proud of our sporting past and confident of the burgeoning future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to one of my constituents, Jordan Tutu, whose remarkable journey transcends sport and touches the heart of so many British Columbians and Canadians alike. Jordan's on-ice career is well known. He broke new ground as the first Inuk player to suit up in the NHL when he began his professional career with the Nashville Predators and went on to play with the Detroit Red Wings, the New Jersey Devils, and the Chicago Blackhawks. Before that, he developed his game with the Brandon Wheat Kings in the WHL. But equally important is Jordan's personal story, one that speaks to resilience, identity, and service. Growing up in the remote northern community of Rankin Inlet, Nunavut, Jordan not only learned to play hockey, but carried forward his Indigenous heritage as a source of strength. His journey took him from remote terrains to the bright lights of the NHL, but what stands out most is what he has done since. Jordan has spoken candidly about addiction, about wrestling with alcohol, and the pain of losing his older brother to suicide, a tragic loss that has informed his mission. He has embraced the responsibility of being a role model in communities that often feel left behind. Indigenous communities, remote locations, families struggling with mental health or addiction. With the support of his wife, Jennifer Tutu, whom he married in 2014, Jordan co-founded the Team Tutu Foundation, focused on suicide prevention, youth outreach, and giving back. Jan has been by his side and has helped amplify the message that strength is found in connection and community, not just individual achievement. This Saturday marks the launch of his documentary, Tutu, which shines a light on this full journey. The ice rinks and fights, yes, but even more so, the healing, the outreach, the northern voices, the message that it's okay to ask for help. It's possible to turn pain into purpose. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Jordan and Jen Tutu for their leadership, for breaking barriers in sport and culture, and for offering hope and mentorship to those in need. Their story represents not only one man's journey, but a pathway for reconciliation, mental health awareness, and opportunity in Indigenous and remote communities across our province and our country. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Member for Kelowna Mission.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted? Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the critic for Labour, is absent from the House today, and I thought it would be remiss for our side not to acknowledge the presence of the BC Federation of Labour. I see folks I've gotten to know over the years up in the gallery, appreciate the dialogue, and in these times of division, simply wanted to reinforce that we see you and we enjoy talking with you.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, unlike the Premier, I attended a meeting in Richmond where hundreds of residents voiced their fears. People have been left in limbo. Some fear their mortgages, insurance, and property values are at risk because of the Cowichan ruling. Given that this government did not argue extinguishment, which is at the centre of this uncertainty, will the government step in and provide insurance and mortgage guarantees to property owners affected by this decision? Yes or no?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also at the meeting last night, and I was joined by two ministers of this government, the Minister for Emergency Preparedness and Climate Readiness and the Minister for Indigenous Reconciliation. And it was a very important meeting to attend, and we were there because we wanted to hear directly from landowners that may be impacted by the court decision. BC was the first out of the gate to say that we would be appealing the decision because of what we see is impacts on the private property holders that were in that decision. We were first out of the gate, and Mr. Speaker, another thing that I announced very early is that we would be seeking a stay of the decision. And as such, we are gathering information from those that might be impacted to support that stay, and we'll keep at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the Attorney General had the courage to be able to be there. She did have a moment to say a few words, although she didn't have the courage to take questions, which many people had on their minds out there. She did try to answer some of those questions, but I do find it interesting, you know, because the members from the Conservative side from Richmond, of course, were there, have been involved right from the beginning, unlike some of the members opposite from Richmond. As well as, of course, as our critic, their co-critic on Indigenous relations. But what I found really interesting last night is the Attorney General has talked about the fact that they did argue the protection of rights, even though last night we learned that the provincial legal team was labouring under a litigation directive that constrained their ability to argue extinguishment. And you can see page 15 of the BC's directive for the evidence of that. So in light of this information, and in light of the fact that there is so much uncertainty in Richmond, how can this government truly stand up and argue that it was trying to protect private property rights?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to be able to speak at that meeting and speak with many residents where I was able to answer, along with my colleagues, questions directly with them. Mr. Speaker, this claim was filed in 2014. At that time, the Leader of the Opposition was in government and was a cabinet minister. And I would just ask him to take a look back at the pleadings that were filed, or the response that was filed on his behalf inside of government, what he pled. There was no pleading of extinguishment of Aboriginal title when this claim started. Mr. Speaker,
Members,
Mr. Speaker.
Members has the courtesy to listen to the answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, we argued based on the case law. It's been years in any court in this country that's been very clear that the province does not have exclusive jurisdiction to extinguish Aboriginal title. What we constructed our arguments were based on was about protecting private property rights through our arguments of suspension and displacement, that once you have a fee simple title, it is protected. And we were clear on that in our arguments, Mr. Speaker. The City of Richmond made the argument of extinguishment. They lost on that argument. We are working hard on an appeal right now that makes it clear to the court that we disagree with their findings with respect to private property interests. We were the first out of the gate to appeal it, and we'll continue our work working together with all parties to get to a resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, we have warned this government that 850 seniors could have nowhere to live. On October 31st, the minister will cut the funding that keeps care homes open, nurses off the floor, shutting down beds, and leaving seniors stranded in hospitals, or worse than that, the streets. How does this health minister justify this cut?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. We all need to know that our parents and our grandparents are safe, securely cared for, receiving the dignified, safe care that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to working with our partners in the nonprofit, the affiliate sectors, in the long-term care sector as we work through this transition. And that is to understand the challenges that they are facing and to support them through that transition. And that work is going to continue. Mr. Speaker, this government has been so dedicated to the seniors file and improving care standards for long-term care homes to make sure that people are safe in those homes. Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, we took action immediately, establishing a capital funding envelope for long-term care that by 2023 had grown to $2 billion, replacing and building 1,300 beds already, another 4,300 on the way. In fact, over $3.5 billion invested into seniors care, be it long-term care homes, community-based services, primary care. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be more important, and we'll continue this work together with the sector.
Member supplemental.
Well, if nothing could be more important, then the minister would step in and actually continue funding this and not cut this program on Friday, Mr. Speaker. We are 48 hours away from this cut. Families are in panic, and the speech that this minister just gave is absolutely embarrassing. I will give her another chance. Will the minister step in today and reverse this cut and protect our seniors? Yes or no? Not a speech, it's a yes or a no.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been clear as we've canvassed this topic that we are working with the sector through this transition, that this was a temporary measure established to help through some incredibly trying times. Mr. Speaker, that work's going to continue, but we know and we experienced during the pandemic just what those trying times meant for people living in these homes, and knowing that when we formed government, 9 out of 10 of these homes were not meeting care standards. Mr. Speaker, this opposition they passed laws that led to the firing of 10,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we're taking a different approach. We are working with the sector on some of the root causes around training and hiring more workers, around bringing care homes up to the standards that we expect for the people that we love. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue this work. We are going to work with operators. We're going to work with the sector to make it through this and have the long-term, reliable sector that families need to know their loved ones are living in. Thank you.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Successive governments in this province have committed acts of genocide against the First Peoples of this land, causing irreparable harm. That is not a statement up for debate, it's a statement of fact. It is ours and this government's duty to reconcile the wrongs committed by the Crown against Indigenous nations. That's why this government passed DRIPA, and with it a legal and moral obligation to act. Many court decisions, including Delgamuukw, have made this clear. Aboriginal title and rights exist and must be reconciled. To the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, what concrete steps is this government taking to uphold its commitments under DRIPA, not just in principle, but in practice?
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank the House Leader of the Third Party for his commitment to the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's an important act. It's an act that has allowed us to work in concert with First Nations to forward reconciliation in a good way. I'd say I'm looking forward to bringing to this House treaties with Comox Nation, with Kitselis Nation, should the vote pass. They're voting November 1st. Kitsum-Kalem Nation. Treaty is one of the most important ways that we can find that path to reconciliation. But there are many other paths too, other agreements we can work on. I know I was proud to stand alongside the House Leader of the Opposition at a recent bringing back the lightning rock to the Samath people in Abbotsford. We stood there together to bring that land back to the Samath because it had been taken wrongly. It's an important site for them. But indeed, there are stories like that all across this province. And there are stories of such economic opportunity that we're building billions and billions of investments in this province with First Nations. Thousands and thousands of jobs with First Nations in this province, together, united. That's how we build a better province.
Member has supplemental.
It's heartening to hear how this government and this minister describes the strong commitments to reconciliation. And it makes me wonder, why is that same approach not being taken with the Cowichan Tribe's decision? Misinformation and lack of clarity on this issue from both sides of this House have created fear and confusion. This government's caucus can't even seem to get it straight. One day they say Aboriginal title should be suspended. Next day they say it should be respected. The temperature on this issue is high, Mr. Speaker. I was also in the room last night, and if last night's Richmond meeting is any indication, people want answers. To the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, is the plan now to suspend Aboriginal title?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our approach as a government has been to bring people together, to try to solve really complicated problems that the province is facing, whether it's through a court case or whether it's through our economic development plans, whether it's through everything. Sitting at a table and solving problems together is how we move forward. It's no different than our approach with reconciliation. It's the right of every nation and an individual to meet the government in court. And of course, that's part of the work that we need to do, and we need to respond in court. And Mr. Speaker, we haven't changed our approach. In this incident, we think we've been very clear about our position with respect to private property rights, along with our many examples like the Haida Agreement, where we sat down with nations and come up to agreement where we can respect title and property rights. So we'll continue to do that work. Thank you.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Mr. Speaker, homeowners in Richmond woke up recently to find that they may not own their own homes. A judge gave their properties to an Indigenous band that had fished there over 150 years ago. Mr. Speaker, there are 204 bands in this province, and I don't hear any of them saying that they've given up their claims. My question is for the Premier. With 204 bands in BC, how many more title cases could be coming down the pike? Just the number, please.
Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, I think it's important that we focus on where we can come to agreement with each other. And I think there are nations all across this province who are keen to reconcile with this province. It's important to know that this province didn't enter treaty with most nations as other provinces did. I wish we did. I wish we had. That would have helped nations, that would have helped this province have a lot more certainty today than we do. But I don't believe that the path to a better future is through division. I don't believe it's through denying the history of this province. It's through acknowledging that this province has made missteps, have made errors, have caused violence and harm and trauma to First Nations people through laws that were passed in this room. We have to acknowledge that history. But you know, when you acknowledge history, you start to get lighter. You start to find ways to see each other in a way that this building had denied us, in the way that our cultures had pushed us apart. It starts to lead you to a more hopeful future, where you can stand alongside each other to build that economy of the future, to build that family, to build that home, to build that community that we all want. And that's what we must do, not through the politics of division, through denial, through making people invisible, through calling them names.
Thank you, Member.
But through uniting in a positive path for a better future. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member has supplemental.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did ask for a number. But if judges don't take away the homes of British Columbians, then this government will. This government is doing the bidding of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by voluntarily giving away Aboriginal title across this province. They gave it away to the Haida last year. They're giving it away to the Seashell Band right now. And they're holding secret talks to give it away to who knows how many more as we speak. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. How many bands is he currently in talks with about giving away Aboriginal title? No lectures on reconciliation, please. Just the number.
Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I'm really glad that our high school system and our education system teaches about Indigenous education, teaches about Aboriginal rights and title, teaches about the true history of this province, because it's clear some people have not learned anything from history. I'm sorry that some members didn't get the chance to learn about the true history of this province, the rich history that goes back thousands upon thousands of years, a rich history full of vital culture, vital language. And you know, Honourable Speaker, if the member chose to learn about that history, her life would be better too. Our province would be better too. So you know, Honourable Speaker, treaties are an important method that we find that certainty. It's a way of finding agreement of how we work together and how we live together. It's a path of honour and a path of peace. And I would urge the member to look to how we find agreement to work together as opposed to focusing on trying to divide us so we fight each other. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Can the Minister tell us how many long-term care and assisted living beds are at risk of closing per Health Authority? We want the numbers, not a long glorified speech. Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. This is a large sector, and the topic we're canvassing here around the temporary funding that was brought in to support overtime and overtime and agency staffing is a really important one, because we have to work towards a system that provides the stable, safe care for seniors, for the people that we love who are residents of these homes. Mr. Speaker, that's why, as I've already said today, we are committed to working with operators through the transition to understand the particular challenges that they might be facing at those facilities. And while the number that the opposition has cited is representative of around 6% of the number of beds, and I know that it matters deeply to each family, and I want to be very clear that people are not going to be ejected from their homes, that the fear-mongering that's going on here is very, very destabilizing for people. We're here to support people. This government is here to support people, and that's why we're going to continue to do the work that we have to do, investing in long-term care to make up for years of neglect that we took on when we formed government, Mr. Speaker. The first government in BC to establish a minimum care standard of 3.36 hours per week per day for residents. Mr. Speaker, we're supporting the people who deliver this care. We're going to continue this work. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me help the minister answer that question. She seems incapable of it. There's at least 60 in Fraser Health, 135 in Coastal Health, 241 in Island Health, and 466 in Interior Health. You might want to write that down so you know your numbers for next time.
Members through the chair.
Mr. Speaker, Three Links Care Society in Vancouver is at risk of closing 90 long-term care beds. Now, I realize the member for Vancouver-Renfrew has limitations when it comes to defending their government, so I'll defend the seniors in his riding for him. On behalf of the member, will the minister stop these Halloween cuts today and restore funding? Yes or no?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We are going to continue our work with this sector to deliver safe care for the people that we love, to continue to support the care aides, the housekeepers, the cooks, the nurses, the doctors, the administrators, the people who care for them. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to each and every one of those workers for what they do in these facilities. But Mr. Speaker, I don't need to take any lessons from the opposition about investing in seniors' care. Mr. Speaker, when you form government and realize that 9 out of 10 facilities are not meeting standards, government standards, that is appalling. Our seniors deserve better. And that is why our government has invested in renewing beds, building new beds, investing in the training that's needed for the staff to take care of the people that we love. And we are not going to stop this work, because nothing could be more important than caring for these people and assuring their families that they are receiving the safe standard of care that they deserve.
Member for Boundary Smilkameen.
It is clear that this minister is making decisions without understanding the implications. For my riding, 10 beds in Grand Forks. Will the minister stop these cuts, yes or no?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're going to continue to work with operators. We're going to understand the challenges that they're facing, and we're going to work with them through a transition into a place, Mr. Speaker, where we're building up the workforce that needed the investment when we formed government. We're going to continue to support those people. We're going to grow that workforce by continuing to recruit and to train more healthcare assistants, for example, Mr. Speaker. But we're also going to continue the work in building and renovating these facilities that need that support. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to improve services so that seniors can stay at home. It is so vitally important to honor the fact that so many people want to stay at home for as long as they possibly can. So investing in community supports, investing in long-term care at home programs. Mr. Speaker, this is the work that we're going to continue to do so that our seniors get the care and the support that they need, and that their families know that their loved ones are safe.
Member for Surrey Serpentine River. Member.
154 long-term beds at Harold Park Centre Society are closing in the member for Vancouver West riding. Will he stand up today and request that his minister stop these cuts? Yes or no?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Again, this is about working with the sector, not about fear-mongering and bringing in words that are striking fear in the families' hearts of people that need to know their seniors are safe. That's why we're going to work with the sector. Mr. Speaker, that's why we're going to continue rebuilding long-term care and supports for seniors after they were devastated by the members opposite. Mr. Speaker, we haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten what happened when members opposite were on this side of the House. And Mr. Speaker, once again, knowing that when we formed government, when we went into the COVID pandemic, knowing that the gaps were being exposed and seeing what it meant when people were forced to work in multiple facilities, putting our seniors at risk of infection. Mr. Speaker, that's why our government's made changes. That's why our government's brought in minimum standards of care. That's why our government's investing in the workers that are needed to meet those, so people know that their loved ones are safe.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe the answers I'm hearing. On Friday, 34 seniors in my riding will be forced from their home and shoved into the hallway of the East Kootenay Regional Hospital. Will the minister extend agency nurse funding today? Yes or no?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, the member's assertion is absolutely not true. And it is irresponsible. It is irresponsible to say those words in this House and to have the members of his community hear that when they are absolutely not true. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the sector on transition through ending a COVID-era measure of funding. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in training and recruiting more workers, addressing the root causes of some of these problems, understanding from operators what the particular challenges that they are facing is. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue that work because it is so vitally important that people know, that families know, that their loved ones are being served well, are in safe homes, are being well cared for, and that we can continue to work with the sector knowing that those investments in our senior is all about the future of seniors' health care in long-term facilities.
Member from Berkeley Valley. Member.
Berkeley Valley's to Keene. Minister.
Member, please continue.
Thank you. Well, the news doesn't get any better, Mr. Speaker. There's cuts all over the province. 154 long-term care beds at the Rosewood Manor are at risk of closing in Richmond. Will the member for Richmond Stevenson tell the minister to stop these cuts, yes or no?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I want to say thank you for coming up to my office yesterday to talk to me about a long-term care issue in her community. That is the way work gets done, Mr. Speaker, when I'm able to sit down and talk with a member about issues that they are facing in their constituency. Mr. Speaker, we have made the commitment. We are working with long-term care operators who are coming forward. We are working with the sector. We are working with the BC Care Providers Association to understand challenges that different facilities are facing. Mr. Speaker, it is so vitally important that we move forward, ensuring that the recruitment is in place, that the staffing is in place, that our seniors are getting the care that they deserve. And this government is going to stay focused on that, and not just in long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker. We are going to continue investing in the supports that people need at home, through the Better at Home program, for example, Mr. Speaker, the partnership that we have with the United Way that delivers care for people right in their homes. We know that that's what seniors are looking for. Investing in day programs. Mr. Speaker, continuing a long-term care at home, an innovative pilot to help seniors stay at home longer. This work is going to continue because, as I have said time and time again today, Mr. Speaker, we know families need to understand and feel that their loved ones are safe and secure in these facilities and in their homes. Thank you.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Caribou-Chilcotin, more than 100 long-term care beds are at risk of potential closure on Friday. Will this minister stand before this House and stop these cuts? Yes or no?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. And again, we're going to continue to work with operators in his riding and others who come forward. Health authorities are meeting with operators and understanding the challenges that they have so that we can support them through a transition, Mr. Speaker, away from depending on temporary measures of funding and into a stable, predictable, Mr. Speaker, stable and predictable supports around more healthcare aides working in these facilities, Mr. Speaker, around supporting the minimum standards of care. The minimum standards of care that this government brought in. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue investing in this sector by renewing beds that needed to be replaced, by building new facilities, with 36 facilities either complete or underway to improve and expand access to supports for seniors at home. This work is not going to stop.
Member for Courtenay-Comox.
We will continue. This side of the House is going to continue to represent not only our residents, but the residents of your side, because you are leaving those seniors in the dust, Mr. Speaker.
Shh. Members.
On Friday, this minister knows exactly what's going to happen. Seniors will end up in hospital hallways or worse. As Vaughn Palmer put it, this government only does the right thing when they've exhausted every other option. We've been here before. I still remember Charlie Pollock and advocating for that riding. We're here today while the beds are closed in NDP ridings, entire non-profit facilities in the former Minister of Health's riding. It shouldn't be up to us to do your job. Shame on you.
Member, through the chair, member, through the chair.
I'll
Lisa.
continue. Don't just take it from me. In the minister's own words this fall, quote, operators are experiencing cost pressures, so I have committed and we will be providing additional overtime and agency costs. It's important to keep them whole, end quote. Well, they're not whole, Mr. Speaker. Staffing shortages have gotten worse. The funding model is still not
Question,
resolved.
member.
And despite this minister's promises,
Question, member.
nothing has happened.
Question, member.
In February 2024, the feds announced $733 million for BC over 5 years under the Aging with Dignity Agreement to fix this problem. Where did the money go? Debt servicing?
Question,
Mr.
member.
Speaker, has the minister really exhausted every other option, and will she finally do the right thing and end these cuts? Yes or no?
Can we have the minister to answer the question? The chair will recognize when the opposition stop making noise. Please, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member makes it very clear what he will continue to do, and I want to make it very clear what we will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to improve the safety of long-term care homes. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to enhance services to help seniors stay at home longer. Mr. Speaker,
Members, please conclude.
what we will never do is what they did. We will never leave 9 out of 10 homes not meeting government standards. We will never pass legislation leading to the laying off of 10,000 workers, Mr. Speaker. We will never freeze safer supplements like they did, Mr. Speaker. What we will do is keep our focus on the people that we love and the safety that they need, the security and the dignity of the excellent and exceptional care that people are providing every single day in this province to the people that we love.
The bell and the question period. Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, pursuant to Standing Order 35, the House do now adjourn for the purpose of discussing a matter of definite and urgent public importance. Specifically, that this House supports protecting fee simple property rights and assessed property values as impacted by the Cowichan Tribes versus Canada until such time as all such appeals are exhausted, given that residents may be unable to acquire insurance and mortgages, thereby leaving them with an uncertain future.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the short notice of the motion from the member. I would advise the Speaker that in terms of Standing Order 35, it's usually applied when there is no other option to be able to talk about particular issues. The fact of the matter is the opposition has raised this issue during question period. They have raised it in previous question periods, Honourable Speaker. There are many more days in the session to address the issue in terms of question periods, and so the ability. The need for an emergency debate, Honourable Speaker, is not required. I would also note, Honourable Speaker, that it has often been the tradition of this House that if the opposition is serious about having an emergency debate, they usually approach the government and other parties ahead of time to see if something could be arranged, Honourable Speaker. So I'd ask you to take that under advisement, and the reality is there is plenty of opportunity for this issue to be addressed in this House during question period.
Thank you, members. Chair will take this under advisement and come back shortly for a decision. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading on Bill 31. And in Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I called continued committee stage on Bill 20, Construction Prompt Payment Act.
Committee chairs.
Thank you, members. We'll call the House back to order, where we will continue on bill debate regarding Bill 31, the Energy Statutes Amendment Act of 2025. Seeing no further speakers, I will call on the Minister of Energy to close debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I have a few words to say in closing debate and in response to the speeches that were made by members of the opposition, members of the government side, members of the third party in the debate. Bill 31 is an important bill for British Columbia, and it does two sets of very important things. The first is that it enables the building of the North Coast transmission line. And we can see in the debate the fundamental difference between the government and the opposition on this question. They are against the North Coast transmission line. They're against it. They made it clear in their statements they're against it. And they, in fact, in the debate, proposed, however absurd, alternatives, Honourable Speaker. That's a significant difference. So I understand that an opposition that is in favor, that is opposed to a clean energy transmission line that brings similar services to the Northwest as are available in other parts of BC, that a clean energy line such as that they oppose. And the actions they've taken and their statements in debate indicate that opposition. The North Coast transmission line is deeply connected to other measures the government has taken, including successive calls for power, again for clean energy, delivering lower cost clean energy, and we'll get into the question of the cost of energy in these remarks in a few minutes, but low cost clean energy such that we've seen a dramatic reduction, for example, in the cost of renewable energy. And this is the largest investment in renewable energy that's happening under the current government in the current context right now that has ever been done. And that is intrinsically linked with transmission lines. You cannot believe in clean energy and not believe in building transmission lines. The two are inconsistent and incompatible. And so that is an important reason, an important difference between many of the speeches on the opposition side and the government's view on this matter. The opposition did raise some issues in its discussions. One of them was to suggest that small nuclear reactors are an alternative to the North Coast transmission line.
just so that we understand the situation with small nuclear reactors in the world. There are none in North America currently operating. There's some under development in other jurisdictions. There are none operating. There are 2 countries in the world that have effectively got a very limited number of small nuclear reactors, and those countries are China and Russia, Honourable Speaker. To present, as the opposition has done, and I refer to the member for Abbotsford West, and the member for Courtney Comox, the member for Kelowna Centre, the member for Skeena, and many others, Honourable Speaker, the member for Abbotsford South, small nuclear reactors as an option on the North Coast is preposterous. Why? There is one project in Canada going forward now. It's beside the Darlington nuclear reactor. So there is, and they're going to put other reactors beside that at a massive cost, between $20 and $30 billion in an area that has been serving a nuclear reactor for a generation. Not an area that doesn't have no supply lines, no way of dealing with spent fuels. And still, Honourable Speaker, dramatically more expensive. The average level of levelized cost of the call for power is $74. The proposal, if it were on the North Coast, is about $400. Rate increases in every one of their jurisdictions. It wouldn't happen because it also requires dealing with the Canadian Nuclear Energy Regulator and the International Energy Regulator. The member for Skeena advocated for this, even though there is no plan, no idea. The member for Abbotsford South said the opposition had a plan, no plan and no idea as to how to deal with waste from a nuclear reactor. And these are large. You may call them small nuclear reactors compared to other nuclear reactors. They're large nuclear reactors. There's no plan in place. And so it would take a generation to build where they say they're going to build. So when they say this is a reaction, and repeatedly, member after member said, Honourable Speaker, that this was a low-cost option. Member after member on the opposition side said this is a low cost, at a fraction of the cost of the North Coast transmission line, is what they said in this House. I'll read out the quotes if the member would like, Honourable Speaker. Well, what is the fact, Honourable Speaker? What is the comparison? On small nuclear reactors, Honourable Speaker, due to international nuclear oversight requirements from the International Atomic Energy Agency and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, it would take 10 years to establish the required corporate and regulatory structure for BC Hydro to choose this incredibly expensive option, Honourable Speaker. The call for power projects, just to put an example, the average levelized cost would be in excess of $300 per megawatt hour after you do all that. And of course, the price would go up since then. We're talking about an estimated price. They haven't been built in Canada yet. They're $20 to $30 billion beside Darlington in Ontario, Honourable Speaker. Now, what was the price of Site C? Let's put that in context, because members talked about the cost of Site C, Honourable Speaker. The opposition hydro critic talked about the failures of Liberal policies in the 2000s in his speech, Honourable Speaker. But the average levelized cost of energy at Site C is $87 to $95 per megawatt hour, Honourable Speaker. The average levelized price would be more than $300 per megawatt hour, probably considerably more if you attempted to do this on the North Coast. It is false to say that this is a fraction of the price. It is a multiple of the price, Honourable Speaker, and it couldn't happen, Honourable Speaker. And why are we acting on the North Coast transmission line? Because we have a generational opportunity to develop mining in the port of Prince Rupert, Honourable Speaker. This is a generational opportunity. It is a farce to suggest that small nuclear reactors, as multiple members of the opposition, 9 of them said in their speeches, Honourable Speaker, it is a farce to say that small nuclear reactors are an alternative to this. So they have no plan, even though the member for Abbotsford South, there's no plan to deal with waste, no plan to deal with the price, would cut a massive increase in hydro rates and couldn't be built, Honourable Speaker. That's the plan of the opposition, Honourable Speaker. Conservative math at work, Honourable Speaker. Conservative math at work. Now, Honourable Speaker, in fairness, Honourable Speaker, in fairness, the opposition critic who led the debate, member for Peace River South, didn't talk about small nuclear reactors. In fairness, Honourable Speaker, he talked about, and some members talked about natural gas, but the reality of that is, Honourable Speaker, also more expensive. It would require new pipeline capacity, the member knows this.
So not a transmission line, new pipeline capacity, Honourable Speaker. And in addition, Honourable Speaker, a transmission line from wherever the combined cycle plant is, Honourable Speaker. It's a more expensive option. 2, we are maximizing the value of our natural gas, Honourable Speaker. Not a serious option either. A better option, if you ignore the impact on climate change and everything else, a better option than that suggested by his colleagues, but still not good, Honourable Speaker. Still nowhere near as good as allowing people in the north of British Columbia, in the northwest of British Columbia, to have access to the electricity, Honourable Speaker, that people in other parts of the province get for their aspirations, their industries, their commercial operations, their residential customers. And when the Leader of the Opposition was in the provincial cabinet, they built the interior Lower Mainland line to deliver, based on an increasing requirements in Metro Vancouver, Site C power down to Vancouver. Good idea, we should do that, right? But they're opposed to the Northwest, and they represent the Northwest? Shame. Well, not entirely, Honourable Speaker, thankfully, because we heard the outstanding comments from the Minister of the Environment in this debate. But members from the Northwest are not speaking for their customers when they oppose clean energy being provided to the Northwest. They are not speaking for their industry, for jobs, for First Nations, for anyone else, Honourable Speaker. The North Coast Transmission Line is is built into the history of BC. And I heard members on the opposition side refer to hydroelectric power as a 20th century idea, Honourable Speaker. The lights are on here and they're on all over the province because of that hydroelectric power. The members in the opposition went on to attack BC Hydro, Honourable Speaker. They attacked BC Hydro and its staff, the outstanding people who work for BC Hydro, from Move Up to the IBEW. They don't like BC Hydro. They don't like, they went on at length, some of the members, about the board of BC Hydro, Honourable Speaker. The board of BC Hydro is filled with engineers, outstanding former business leaders, labour leaders like Bryn Burke, Honourable Speaker, the head of the building trades, the staff leader of the Building Trades Union, Honourable Speaker. They attacked Glenn Clark, Honourable Speaker, former premier, former head of the largest private company in British Columbia, Honourable Speaker. They attacked him, apparently not good enough to get into the Conservative caucus, Honourable Speaker. They attacked other members who are members of the Hydro Board, and I could list off those outstanding members of that board who I think are serving in the public interest. You may disagree with them, but to disparage BC Hydro, its outstanding CEO, Charlotte Meetha, the outstanding team at BC Hydro, is just not, I think, a credible argument put forward by the opposition, Honourable Speaker. So we've talked about their alternative, which is fantastically expensive and impossible to implement, Honourable Speaker, which will leave the Northwest region without the power it needs for generations. That's their plan, Honourable Speaker, just to be opposed for people in the Northwest to get the same level, Honourable Speaker, of access. They're also apparently opposed, Honourable Speaker, to partnerships with First Nations. They have lots to say about First Nations here all the time, Honourable Speaker. The reality is, Honourable Speaker, that BC Hydro maintains, will continue to maintain, responsibility and control for the transmission network. They're expanding that network, and they're entering into a joint venture, which we're enabling here today, with First Nations along the line. This is, I think, an outstanding opportunity for First Nations and a way forward for many of them in terms of reconciliation, including in the riding of the Leader of the Opposition, including in the riding of the member for Bulkley Valley-Stikine, including in the riding for the member for Skeena, and for other communities along the line, Honourable Speaker. And the members will know the Prince George ridings as well, Honourable Speaker. In short, this is a way to involve the local community, to reduce delays, to get the project built more quickly and more efficiently, and to, Honourable Speaker, yes, engage in a process of reconciliation which makes sense for people, which brings real wealth to communities, that allows communities who are advocating for more wealth to have more wealth, Honourable Speaker, and who are, through this process, also investors in the process, Honourable Speaker. I think that is a remarkable thing and a remarkable opportunity. I hear the Leader of the Opposition talk about economic reconciliation, but when he sees it, he doesn't like it, Honourable Speaker. Well, we like it. We believe that this process, which has been going on now for 2 years, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that people are represented on the line and that local people and communities get employment on this line is an important question right now, and we are going to proceed, and that is what voting for this act, for this bill, means, Honourable Speaker. It means something profound, and it means something significant to the future of the province, Honourable Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about the other side of the bill and the things that were raised, Honourable Speaker, because there has been a suggestion, which is incorrect, Honourable Speaker, that this is some sort of expansion of governmental power, Honourable Speaker, in this bill. In fact, Honourable Speaker, when you work with communities as we are in the first part of the bill, it's not an expansion, it's bringing people together in terms of that, Honourable Speaker. But in terms of the allocation framework, we are doing something very similar, by the way, to what we did last year. I heard from members on the opposition side about cryptocurrency, Honourable Speaker. I hate to tell members of the opposition side, we passed legislation, the 21.1 in this bill, on cryptocurrency last year, and by the way, it was supported, Honourable Speaker, including by members of the Conservative Party, Green Party, Liberal Party. There was no vote, no people voting against it. The legislative foundation for the ban on cryptocurrency was passed at that time. Because what we concluded at that time was that there was a very significant demand from cryptocurrency to firm power sources at BC Hydro, that was not a good deal for BC, was not a good deal for BC citizens, was not a good deal for BC Hydro, and that we decided to limit that. There had been, and we have, cryptocurrency mines in British Columbia, and they have received BC Hydro power, and as customers, they will continue to receive that power. It's about in the neighborhood of 166 megawatts, Honourable Speaker. But we made the decision to do a temporary freeze and now a permanent freeze on cryptocurrency, Honourable Speaker. That's common sense, and it's consistent with what other jurisdictions are doing. It's clear what our plans are, which is to ensure that when we make decisions in BC, they benefit businesses, and they benefit communities, and they benefit people, and they benefit ratepayers in British Columbia. So on we've heard about cryptocurrency and different positions. The House passed that bill last year, and the cryptocurrency ban by regulation went in place, the temporary one, before that enables that. So the cryptocurrency ban, that is part of this allocation framework. We're not going to do allocations of firm electricity to cryptocurrency or to meet those energy demands, Honourable Speaker. What we are doing, Honourable Speaker, is in fact providing certainty in the legislation saying that there are three sectors, Honourable Speaker, which are artificial intelligence, data centers, Honourable Speaker, on the one hand, and hydrogen for export on the other hand, that those three areas, Honourable Speaker, will be part of what we call an allocation framework. The rules for that framework, who gets access to electricity right now, are on a first-come, first-served basis. People will have read in the newspaper the request from Bell, for example, for 500 megawatts of electricity for what they want to do in BC. So there's uncertainty when there's not necessarily an ability to deliver that, to ensure, Honourable Speaker, people understand for business certainty what the rules are. And that's what we've established in place. We've said that in rapidly scalable industries such as these, that we are going to set up, in the public interest, criteria for access to that electricity, for first access to that electricity. And we said in the documents associated with the bill that we tabled around and we've shared with members on all sides of the House, that would be 150 megawatts a year for AI. There aren't really hydrogen for export programs now, so we don't do that. And 50 for data centers. So if you do 3 years, it would be 450 for AI and 150 for data centers, which is no small number. 600, Honourable Speaker, megawatts in the province. And we're doing that in a way to ensure that the massive demand in these areas meets the public interest. What will those criteria be? And this is the only role for the Cabinet, just as we did in cryptocurrency, to set the criteria as supported by the Green Party, as supported by BC Conservatives and then the BC Liberal Party, as we did for cryptocurrency, as we're doing now. What we're saying is there should be criteria that establish how BC Hydro manages that process. And that is economic policy in the province, not the responsibility of the BC Utilities Commission, never the responsibility of the BC Utilities Commission. which we respect and admire and continues to have its responsibilities, Honourable Speaker, but it sets the criteria required, Honourable Speaker, for these allocations of power based on the public interest. Once those criteria are set, it will be up to BC Hydro, under the supervision, as it always does, of an ethics advisor, to go forward with an RFP, as we did for all the clean energy projects we have. So in short, Honourable Speaker, all of these arguments about a centralization of government power are not correct, Honourable Speaker. We are establishing an allocation framework. There is one now, it's first come, first served. This is an allocation framework in these 3 areas. If we wanted to do it in other areas, we'd have to come back to the legislature. This isn't a generalized power to do it in other areas. It's just for those 3 areas. And we're doing it, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that everybody understands the rules of the game. And the rules of the game here in BC are that we are promoting businesses and we are delivering, especially for businesses to deliver in the public interest, deliver jobs to BC and address issues of data sovereignty, which are fundamental in BC. And we have to ensure that say, a provider who is providing and assisting us with data sovereignty has access to the power. It's not just the first person to get into the line, which could need 3 security guard jobs somewhere around a data center, but it's something that meets the public interest and meets the public test. And BC Hydro and its outstanding executives will be involved in the RFP. We did an RFP on clean energy. I haven't heard a single person. There's some people who are disappointed in the results of the RFP, criticize that. And my role in that process, having worked to set the criteria and worked with other members, and I welcome other members' involvement in that process as well, is to help set the criteria, have those set by Cabinet, and then BC Hydro takes over, and the BC Utilities' role on interconnection, the BC Utilities Commission's role on hydro rates, it continues unaffected, as it should, Honourable Speaker. So all of these lengthy arguments about increasing centralization of government, this isn't centralization of government, this is the government saying that our clean energy advantage should be used for the benefit of British Columbia, as it always has, Honourable Speaker. And are we picking winners and losers? We're setting criteria in the public interest, and it will be the process, it will be the people competing for the power that effectively pick the winners and losers, along with the BC Hydro process, the outstanding teams at BC Hydro that will make these decisions, Honourable Speaker. In short, Honourable Speaker, this is a process consistent with a government that wants to drive economic development and wants to support the AI and data centers in a paced way so that they bring real economic benefits to British Columbia, which I think, Honourable Speaker, is a good idea. I want to say 2 other things. One is about the centrality of this and the opportunity for BC to do something remarkable, to build our economy through the North Coast Transmission Line, to build our economy through calls for power, to meet that clean energy test, and to continue to address issues of climate change in a way that they are doing around the world. Wind powers are growing around the world. The Conservative leader calls them unicorn farts, Honourable Speaker. But if we're going to do this, we've got to build the projects. If we're going to do this, Honourable Speaker, we've got to use our clean electricity advantage in the public interest in British Columbia. We think that's about taking advantage of this extraordinary opportunity in the Northwest, in the Port of Prince Rupert, in the Port of Stewart, in the Port of Kitimat, with, yes, Honourable Speaker, LNG projects, which will be the lowest emission electrified LNG projects in the world, and mining projects that have the potential to create massive wealth for the province, massive revenues to the province, jobs for British Columbians, and will be transformative to the region, Honourable Speaker. This is our opportunity. This is what we're trying to do. We have heard, Honourable Speaker, from the Mining Association, we've heard from the opposition saying, well, this is not good for consumer confidence. Having some sort of nuclear fantasy for the North Coast, that's supporting investor confidence? No, we've heard from the Mining Association and their support for what we're doing. We've heard from businesses who want to invest in the region for their support for what we're doing. And establishing clear rules in terms of allocation in the public interest is good for business confidence as well, Honourable Speaker, in sectors such as AI, Honourable Speaker, and data centres, Honourable Speaker. We have a special opportunity in BC, and we cannot leave it behind now. We are proceeding, Honourable Speaker, involving First Nations, involving business, addressing issues of climate change in a way that no other jurisdiction, save perhaps Quebec, is doing in our energy and electricity policies, Honourable Speaker, building transmission and building renewable energy. And this is a fundamental debate for our generation. There is a lot of noise about these issues right now, Honourable Speaker. But we are taking a path that's admirable, I think, Honourable Speaker, and consistent with the extraordinary history of our province. I encourage members to vote for this bill. Honourable Speaker, the members of the opposition said in a number of their speeches, my friend from Peace River South said, that we have the cleanest natural gas in the world. Why do we have the cleanest natural gas in the world? Because we've taken action on that question, on methane emissions. That's why. It's because of Clean BC. That's why. And because the industry, working with the government on Clean BC, has reduced emissions, Honourable Speaker. That's why we have it. And so you can't oppose Clean BC, as multiple members of the opposition side, and then take credit or say that that's an important thing. It is dependent on us taking action and continuing to take action, continuing to reduce methane emissions, Honourable Speaker, in that sector, Honourable Speaker. But I say to everybody in the House, there is no alternative. You care about the future of this province and about this planet on the issue of climate change. You have to build out more clean electricity. It is not acceptable in this moment when we have such opportunities in our province to step away from that, Honourable Speaker. We've got to step towards that. That is the only path, Honourable Speaker, in terms of electricity policies. There are other things we can do in terms of reducing emissions, but this is the path forward. Building transmission, working with First Nations, working with communities, ensuring that benefits stay in communities, not allowing some parts of the province not to have access to the clean energy that other parts of the province have. We need the Northwest is saying to us, is calling to this legislature to take action to ensure that they have the clean electricity they need to fulfill their dreams. And this bill is part of making that happen. I encourage, Honourable Speaker, all members of the House to support this bill. I look forward to all of the questions in committee stage. I think there are important questions go forward with respect to issues of habitat that were raised by the Green Party members, issues of how the allocation will work that were raised by my colleague by Peace River South and others, questions, Honourable Speaker, of the demands and the needs for electricity, and surely building a transmission line is good for that in our province, Honourable Speaker, and all the other questions around this. When we debated last year the bill on cryptocurrency, Honourable Speaker, that contained cryptocurrency, members of the Green Party, for example, said, well, we'd like this to apply to LNG too, and they made some of the same speeches that were made in this debate. The Green Party leader in the House and the Green Party leaders in the House made in this debate. But they didn't oppose the good thing we were doing, even though they wanted us to do more or different things. This is in the public interest. It expands electricity in our province. It addresses issues of economic development. It gives hope to our province. It builds our economy. It addresses issues of climate change. I ask all members of the House to participate, of course, in the committee stage, and all members of the House to support this excellent piece of legislation that moves our province forward.
Thank you very much, Minister. Members, the question is second reading of Bill 31, entitled Energy Statutes Amendment Act of 2025. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Division has been called.
Members, we are going to take a division vote on Bill 31 now, but before we start that process, I would like to ask members to stay behind after the vote is taken. Member for Abbotsford West would like to make a very important introduction. So, members, the question is second reading of Bill number 31, entitled Energy Statutes Amendment Act 2025. Those in favor say aye, please stand or as indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk will now connect with members participating remotely, and please keep your audio and video on.
Emily Chapman.
I vote nay.
Emily Giddens.
I vote nay.
Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Minister Lohr.
I vote aye.
Minister Malcolmson.
I vote aye.
Emily Morissette.
I vote aye.
Emily Watt.
I vote nay.
Those voting aye: Lohr, G. Anderson, Blatherick, Rutledge, Chant, Toporowski, B. Anderson, Neil, Osborne, Brar, Krieger, Davidson, Parmar, Sunner, Bear, Chandra Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Sandhu, Begg, Higginson, Phillips, Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Elmore, Morissette, Popham, Dick, Sharma, Farnworth, Eby, Bailey, Callon, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Gibson, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Chow, Deere, Valeriette, and Botterill, 48. Those voting nay: Wilson, Kindy, Millibar, Warbus, Rustad, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Clare, Neufeld, K. Neufeld, Bangu, Peyton, Gasper, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Giddens, Rattay, Davis, McGinnis, Bird, McCall, Stamer, Day, Tepper, Mock, Chapman, Maz, Williams, Lowen, Dollywell, Dirksen, Luck, Block, Brody, Armstrong, and Keeley, 42.
Motion passed. Minister of Energy.
Honourable Speaker, I move that Bill 31 be referred to a committee of the whole House for consideration at the next sitting of the House after today.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Of course, the important introduction. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us as MLAs know how challenging it is to be here and away from our families, but there's two individuals that have been fighting their personal battles. And today, for the first time, the member from Surrey South is on the screen. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the member from Victoria Beacon Hill, both who are very courageous. Let's stand up and support them and show them how much we care.
Thank you so much. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading on Bill 28, and in Section A in Douglas Fir Room, I call continued committee stage on Bill 20.
Committee chairs.
Thank you, members. We'll call the chamber back to order. We are going to begin debate on Bill 28, Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act number 2 of 2025. We'll call on our Attorney General to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the bill now be read a second time. In a time of increasing complexity and rising cost of living, the bill will amend the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act to provide people in British Columbia, including those who are financially vulnerable, with important tools to protect themselves against credit-related fraud. The bill will also amend the Personal Information Protection Act to ensure that people in British Columbia can consistently and without cost access their personal information held by the credit reporting agencies. The amendments will also provide assurance that people can seek correction of their personal information held by the credit reporting agencies in a timely way, recognizing the importance that accuracy of this information has in the financial lives of people. We also recognize that some people in the province access credit monitoring and credit repair services at a cost. The amendments ensure that people are aware of the information they can access and the steps they can take themselves at no cost. As it relates to credit card fraud protection specifically, this bill creates the ability for people in BC to apply security alerts and credit freezes to their credit file held by their credit reporting agencies. This provides people with the ability to manage how their credit reporting information is shared and creates obligations on businesses and lenders who receive a security alert to verify the identity of the individual before entering into a credit agreement. Security alerts and credit freezes have been implemented in other Canadian jurisdictions, and they are an important tool to manage people's financial health. The bill provides people in BC with free access to their credit reporting information held by their credit reporting agencies, including their credit scores on a regular basis. This will safeguard people's ability to monitor their financial health and, where necessary, take measures to protect themselves. We also understand the importance of accuracy in credit reporting information, as we recognize that this information is used to make important decisions in people's lives. As a result, we're creating the ability to require credit reporting agencies to correct personal information within defined timelines so as to ensure that the information used to make significant financial decisions is accurate. In the consultations leading to this bill, were undertaken primarily in 2022 and 2023. We sought feedback from stakeholders about credit monitoring offered by the credit reporting agencies and credit repair services. These services, generally offered at a cost, intend to alert people of changes to their credit reporting information and improve their financial circumstances. At the same time, through this bill, we are providing people with the tools they need to monitor and improve their credit report and score on their own and at no cost. As a result, we're creating new obligations on businesses that offer credit repair services and on the credit reporting agencies that offer credit monitoring to disclose prior to entering a contract the steps that people can take on their own at no cost to monitor and improve their credit reporting information. We're also prohibiting credit repair services which are offered at a cost from making untrue or misleading commitments to improve people's credit reports and scores. Finally, this bill makes amendments that improve clarity of provisions in the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act and Motor Dealer Act that relate to the regulators that oversee consumer protection laws, specifically Consumer Protection BC and the Vehicle Sales Authority. These changes will assist the regulators in effective administration and enforcement of the Act. Overall, I believe the bill takes important steps in protecting people and consumers in British Columbia. Early this year, in Bill 4, we successfully advanced changes to the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act, focused on contract transparency and providing consumers access to justice. The amendments proposed now build on Bill 4 by providing people in BC with further rights to ensure that they have direct access and control over their credit reporting information. This delivers on my commitment to continue to improve consumer protection laws in BC, a responsibility that I intend to continue to pursue through the rest of my mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Beginning debate will be Richmond-Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be speaking on behalf of the official opposition as the Attorney General critic. I'd like Before I begin, I'd just like to, the Attorney General just mentioned that we covered another bill, the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act number 1, I believe, 2025. And this seems to be in a type of series. Basically, we're looking at consumer protection. That particular bill had to do with business practices when they deal with consumers and consumer protection in that way when goods are sold to those consumers. This goes a little bit further along the line because a lot of times when you got to buy goods, when you're purchasing goods, you sometimes need loans to actually purchase those goods. So along that same line of the work that was done on Bill 4, this continues. This deals with a credit safeguard framework. And so that's what this deals with. So this legislation touches on an area that affects nearly every British Columbian. It affects every British Columbian, our credit, our financial identity, the information that defines our financial reputation. Whether you are applying for a mortgage, renting an apartment, financing a vehicle, the way credit, it touches on the way the credit information is collected, stored, used, and how it is used to prove items of loans and how loans are declined as well. So it looks at a complete framework in terms of the credit safeguards and the credit framework that one needs to have to make sure they are protected. So Bill 28 seeks to strengthen the legal framework around credit reporting, credit monitoring, credit repair services. And in principle, these consumer protection is good. And there needs to be a protective credit reporting, credit monitoring, and credit repair services. Sometimes we see some rogue businesses that deal with credit services, such as involving credit repair services or credit monitoring services. Sometimes consumers are promised certain fixing tools to their credit and are told that there's an upfront fee for that. And when in essence there may not be actual fixing tools for those consumers in regards to their credit. So this has been an issue in recent years, and so this particular piece of legislation does address a problem that has existed. And in today's day, we see with the online phenomena, we see a lot of people trying to apply for loans. Even if certain people want to purchase certain goods and they don't have the money for them, there's a lot of different credit applications that happen online, and it's become a lot easier to apply for these credit applications. So more needs to be done to kind of protect these consumers in this sense, and this is what this bill in principle aims to actually do. So the bill updates the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act, which was first passed in 2004, as the Attorney General mentioned earlier. This is the second series of amendments to that particular original act. Earlier in the year, we dealt with Bill 4. That was the first change that happened after 2 decades, essentially, after the legislation had come in. Back then, we were told that there's a lot that had gone on over 20 years, and there wasn't any sort of changes, so it was ripe time to actually bring changes to review consumer protection laws. But one thing that was not addressed was credit safeguards. And credit safeguards, especially in an era of identity theft, ease of identity theft, cyber attacks in regards to targeting credit information, personal information, this type of regime, this type of safeguard, it's absolutely needed to protect British Columbians. So as I said, in a world of online transactions, identity theft, data breaches, and credit fraud, we need credit safeguards. The intent of this bill is to give consumers stronger tools to protect their credit information and correct errors in regards to their credit, while setting clearer standards for businesses that handle such information. That is a worthy goal and one that deserves careful discussion in this chamber. Over the past decade, British Columbians have become increasingly dependent on credit, as I mentioned earlier. It's easier to buy products even if you do not have the funds to do it. There's a lot of agencies that are willing to offer you the funds, and they make it seem like they can check your credit quite easily and get you the funds. And a lot of people may be enticed into purchasing items that even items that they may not even need, because they know that there's an ease of getting funds. And with that, before you get those funds, you're dealing with your credit. And similarly, on the lines of providing ease to actual consumers, the people that do the identity theft, it's actually easier for them to buy goods as well, because if they have stolen somebody's identity and personal information, they may try to use that for credit information, credit approval, to actually buy goods. So this legislation comes at a crucial time in terms of consumer protection and looking at the actual regime and what has gone on for the last 2 decades since the original Consumer Protection Act was adopted in 2004. So credit, we increasingly need it for not only major purchases such as homes and vehicles, but even for everyday expenses. As a result, the information contained in a credit report, a lot of times when you want to get that loan, the agencies that are going to give you that loan, they're going to want to see a credit report. And they're going to want to see credit information. That's their aspect of having some level of security in terms of the funds that they offer. They want to make sure that the person that they're advancing the funds to is credible and sound financially to actually return that money. And so credit plays a very crucial role. But at the same time, as the industry is growing with credit and the framework of credit and the credit used to purchase items and credit actually explored by agencies that loan the money, there are some problems. We're seeing a growing number of complaints about errors in credit reports. So there are credit agencies out there that provide credit reports or they provide credit services, but we are seeing increasing complaints of errors in regards to those credit reports. And we are also seeing difficulties in getting those errors corrected. Consumers are seeing those difficulties in getting those errors corrected in terms of their credit reports. Now, I've just mentioned earlier how important this credit framework is in terms of, say, the framework or the credit reports. It affects everything. These days, a lot of people are using a lot of plastic. They are using a lot of loans there to function in their daily lives. And so credit reports play a more crucial role than ever before. But there are certain agencies, businesses that engage with these credit reports, engage with handling this credit information, and at times the information that's floated around may have mistakes in it. And a lot of times when we look at this credit information, it seems like it's kind of up in the air because the actual consumer doesn't really have the paper in front of them, doesn't really have the report in front of them. So whatever their credit score is or whatever their credit issues may have in them, may be in a obscure place that they may not see. So if they may not see what's going on with their credit rating and their credit information, their personal information, you need even more safeguards to actually deal with this credit information and credit reports. So along with this industry, like I mentioned earlier, there are businesses, there are agencies that help with producing these credit reports for consumers, because these are consumers don't see these on a daily basis. They don't they don't get mailed. They have to order them. There's side agencies that have access to that, and they can provide the consumers with these reports. And then there are other businesses other than the ones that provide the credit reports. There's services that offer, well, if you have bad credit, consumer, if you have bad credit, these service providers are saying that they can help you improve your credit, so you can in fact get a loan. But sometimes we've seen in practical reality, a lot of things are promised because a lot of people need money and they need good credit to get that money. And sometimes consumers fall prey to deceptive practices by some agencies that offer credit repair services. So for those reasons, we need extra protection in this area. And this area is not, this area of loans and credit information, it's not getting smaller, it's actually getting bigger. Especially with more technology, it's getting bigger and bigger. And it's growing at a massive pace. So we really do need extra protections. So I'd now like to kind of get into the actual bill and the sections, what we actually see in this particular bill when we're going through it. So I'll touch on some crucial clauses. Clause 1, when we go through Clause 1, we see the definition section. We see definitions on such things as credit repair services, credit repair services provider, credit score, reporting agency. All important definitions in regards to credit. A credit framework or a credit regime. These are definitions that are well applicable. And then in Clause 2, we get into more defined terms such as applicable contract. And to Clause 3, we go further into repealing and substituting a particular part in terms of adding like a title to the legislation. So 4 seems to be another general clause here, but in 5 we actually start to get more into a substantial subject part of this bill. We start talking about security alert information. So one of the things I said that there needed to be more safeguards, and one of the things that this bill does is talks about security alert information. So for example, if there's a security alert information that's passed on to a agency that's trying to get a credit report, that would alert them that there's some issue. So they would have to identify the individual that would be trying to get certain information. So this gets into more of the substance matter of providing the extra protection for the consumer in terms of safeguarding their credit information. And then Clause 6 just goes further and talks further about the, if you want to request some information in regards to what's in that security alert information. And then as we go further into this bill, after this last section I just mentioned, there's some information on how you can actually put a freeze on the disclosure of credit reports. And this is another mechanism where you can freeze certain entities from getting further credit reports and getting further into financial information. And one thing to mention about the credit framework, anytime when somebody does a credit check, it actually it takes a toll on your credit rating. Every time somebody does a check, it takes a toll. So if you have some sort of freezing ability,
Steve, reserve your right.
I reserve my right to continue my debate and
Move adjournment.
Move to adjourn. Move to adjourn the debate.
Thank you, member. You've heard the question, members. Is moving adjournment of our debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Nay? Thank you. Debate is adjourned.
Members, honorable members, the chair has reviewed the application made under Standing Order 35 by the Leader of the Official Opposition for the adjournment of the House to discuss a definite matter of urgent public importance, being fee simple property rights in light of an August 2025 decision rendered in the Supreme Court of British Columbia. The Chair appreciates the brief submission from the Leader of the Official Opposition and from the Government House Leader. Members will know that the requirements of Standing Order 35 are rigid. The process for raising a matter under Standing Order 35 is prescribed in detail within the Standing Order provisions and in parliamentary practice in British Columbia 5th edition. It's the duty of the Chair to determine whether the criteria and high threshold under Standing Order 35 have been met. As noted in parliamentary practice in British Columbia 5th edition at page 121, reflecting a decision of Speaker Reid, the Chair must be guided by two factors. The first is to review the matter raised to determine whether other opportunities to debate the matter are available to the House. The second is to assess whether new, sudden, or unexpected events require the House to suspend all other business for a genuine emergency debate on the matter. The subject of the application under Standing Order 35 by the Leader of the Official Opposition has been raised several times during the fall sitting period, including an oral question period earlier today. Based on the submission from the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Chair concludes that neither of the noted criteria for an application under Standing Order 35 have been met. So it is therefore the ruling of the Chair that the application fails. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued second reading debate on Bill 28.
Member for Richmond Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was just discussing a security mechanism such as freezing disclosure of credit reports. This is a very important mechanism, as I just mentioned. I was talking about every time somebody tries to get a credit report, it affects your credit. It affects your credit rating. The degree to how much it may affect the credit rating, that really depends on the actual consumer or the individual. So this is a very important mechanism to kind of make sure there's a credit safeguard here in this essence. So that's, and then as you go further, there's also a further discussion about credit monitoring services. And the important thing that I kind of took from that aspect of the bill is that when you're when you're engaging any sort of credit monitoring services, people think that they want to monitor the credit. They should have, for one, they should be able to access, if they want to get a credit report, they should have that knowledge that they are entitled to one credit report that may not even cost them anything. And so some people can't be thinking that, you know, they're engaging some contract and they're actually getting a service when somebody may be just entitled to that information regardless. So the sections on credit monitoring services actually deal with that in regards to what disclosure you may be entitled to regardless of having a contract with a credit monitoring service. And then it also talks about if you engage a credit monitoring service to make sure your credit is going okay. It also talks about how you may be able to cancel that contract if you feel that you're not getting anything out of it for whatever reason. You may want to cancel it, and you should have that option to do it. And then as we go further into the bill, specifically at Clause 7, there's that discussion about credit repair services. I briefly touched on this in the initial part of my debate. I talked about the credit repair services. There's been some rogue agencies that have at times taken advantage of consumers offering certain recourses to fix their credit that may not even have any basis to it. And so this part of the bill is designed to make sure that there's no deceptiveness from any of these agencies providing credit repair services. And so this is a very important section because a lot of people do need loans. And then if they can't get a loan, they may be looking at someone that may be able to help them, counsel them in regards to their and fixing their credit. So, so another part of this bill actually gets quite detailed about how to deal with these credit repair services. And another part I found important was that at times that there's these credit repair service agencies that provide these, say they're going to provide these services, and they try to get some sort of upfront fees without delivering. So this bill actually talks about if you want a fee, you better make sure you've achieved some sort of result, and then you can ask for a fee, rather than promising something and not delivering and still getting a fee for it. So this bill actually addresses that situation when it's talking about credit repair services. So the bill goes at many times throughout the bill. The bill does talk about the contracts with credit agencies, whether it's credit monitoring services or whether it's credit repair services. It talks about the consumer's cancellation rights. So it talks about on how can consumers get out of that contract. So it goes into detail under which circumstances and in which time period that they can actually do that. And as we go further through this bill, it has many housekeeping sections within it. And it also deals with, we heard earlier, it also deals with some consequential amendments to a couple of other statutes. One other statute that it deals with is the Motor Dealer Act, and another one it deals with is the Personal Information Protection Act. That's an important one. It's an important one because that gives the consumer a mechanism how to fix an error in their credit information, how to fix that. I talked about earlier how a lot of this information is sometimes in an obscure place, up in the air. Like you don't know where your credit information is. You don't know where this personal information is kept. A lot of people don't know what their credit rating is. And it's usually these agencies, or you go to these agencies like such as Equifax or TransUnion maybe, to maybe get your report, and then you find out what's on there in detail. And see if there's been any sort of credit issues on that report. So because of that nature, it's been very difficult to correct errors. If there's an error on there, there's a mistake on there, there may be something that may not be connected to you and it's on there. So this bill, in this part where it makes this particular amendment in regards to the Personal Information Protection Act, it goes to dealing with getting access to your information. And when you get access to your information, you may be able to kind of fix it. So, this bill goes into detail of how you can fix some of those errors that may come up throughout this bill. And so just to kind of go into a little bit more in detail in terms of this particular part of this bill, so under the Personal Information Protection Act, it comes down to Clause 20 here, the right to request correction of personal information, credit reporting agency. That's the title. So the title kind of explains what it actually does. So an individual may request a credit reporting agency to correct an error or omission in the personal information that is about an individual and under the control of the credit reporting agency. If an individual makes a request to a credit reporting agency under subsection 1, the credit reporting agency must, within the prescribed period of time, comply with subsections 3 and 4. And goes further, if the credit reporting agency is satisfied on reasonable grounds that a request under subsection 1 should be implemented, the credit reporting agency must correct the personal information. And as soon as reasonably possible, after correcting the personal information, send the corrected personal information to each organization to which the personal information was disclosed by the credit reporting agency during the year before the date the correction was made. If a credit reporting agency is not satisfied on the grounds that a request made under subsection 1 should be implemented, the credit reporting agency must annotate the personal information under its control with the correction and that was requested but not made. When an organization is notified under subsection 3B of a correction of the personal information, the organization must correct the personal information under its control. So it really gives the consumer a mechanism how to kind of protect their correcting their information. Rather than have this thinking that your information is in an obscure spot and you can't really get to it if you need to fix it, this bill actually goes and gives that mechanism to the consumer. But there are some challenges with this bill. There are some weaknesses in this bill, and that's where I want to kind of go next. And so I'm just going to get into that for in the last few minutes of this particular debate. So the areas of concern that I have so one of the concerns I have is in terms of enforcement. Now, all this text is written out to protect the consumers, but a lot of the stuff may come out in like regulations. It sets up the theory of how you can protect yourself, how you can protect your credit, and how you can deal with these credit reporting agencies, these monitoring agencies, these credit repair agencies. It deals with all of that. But how will it play out? How will the enforcement play out? And some of the details were a little bit lacking in terms of that in terms of the enforcement of how will consumers enforce these provisions that are designed to protect them. So that's one of the concerns I had. And some of the other concerns I had was like, when you're dealing with some of these credit reporting agencies, we're dealing with the law, we're putting a law in place here in BC, but some of these credit reporting agencies are across the country, right? So now if we make legislation in this particular bill, how will that apply to these other credit agencies? And so how is that going to work with these credit agencies that are kind of transnational? And because ultimate goal is we want to see some consumer protection in terms of safeguards in terms of their credit, but how will it deal with those agencies that are outside the province that are operating across extra provincially and within the province as well? So and then the other aspect that when I was reviewing this bill, I looked at, there's a lot that's written here, which is good in terms of how do you protect your credit information and your credit reporting accuracies and errors, and how do you correct those errors. There's a lot of stuff in there, and it kind of codifies all these protections. But the thing is, how will consumers understand this information? It gets a little bit complicated. Like, I have a legal background, I could read this stuff and read it maybe a couple of times to kind of get the gist of it. But if there's consumers that are relying on this, they're going to need a bit of education to understand how all this is going to play out, how they can get access to all these mechanisms, and what sort of steps they're going to have to take. So I think that's an important thing. So some of these questions need to be addressed at committee stage. We need to address the educational aspect for consumers in regards to the subject matter of this bill. We need to talk about these credit reporting agencies that operate across the country, how it's going to be applicable to them. We also need to talk about some of the enforcement provisions within this bill, and how the enforcement is actually going to happen. So there's a lot of stuff to actually be debated at committee stage as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing this bill go to committee stage so we can have a more thorough review, clause by clause, on this bill to address some of these concerns that I have raised. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the MLA from Ladysmith Oceanside.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of Bill 28, the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act. It may sound like it has a mundane name and a mundane topic, but at its heart, this bill is about fairness, it's about transparency and accountability in British Columbia's marketplace. It's about ensuring that we modernize our business protection and our business practices and consumer protection to recognize the digital economy, to make sure consumers have tools and protections they need to make informed financial decisions and to safeguard their personal information. And I'll save the House from reading the bill line by line because I'm pretty sure we can all read it, but what I want to talk about is what I think is really important about this bill and why I support it. We're going to continue to modernize with this bill our consumer protection laws to reflect the realities of today's economy, where data and credit are deeply intertwined in your daily life. If it's passed, this legislation will allow consumers to access their credit report and score monthly for free. It will enable them to set up security alerts and credit freezes at no cost, giving individuals control over their most critical financial information. It will strengthen rules for credit reporting agencies and credit repair businesses, ensuring their services are delivered accurately and transparently. And it will create new safeguards against identity theft and credit fraud, making it harder for fraudsters to open accounts or take out loans using stolen identities. During the last campaign, I met a constituent whose young adult son had just started his financial journey. He was renting an apartment, he was applying for his first line of credit to purchase a vehicle, and then one day, through this process, they discovered that someone had taken out a large loan in his name. His credit rating was destroyed before he had even had a chance to build it. They were shocked, unaware of how deeply vulnerable they were, all of us are, to this type of fraud. This bill would have given them the ability to place a security alert or credit freeze immediately, preventing that fraud from spreading further. This is the kind of real-world protection that this legislation delivers. Here are a few more things that these amendments will do. They will increase access to credit reporting information, including credit scores, through amendments to the Personal Information Protection Act. This means consumers will be able to request and receive their credit report and score from TransUnion or Equifax once a month free of charge. It will require credit reporting agencies to place security alerts and credit freezes when requested and verify a person's identity for application, amendment of removal of this protection. This means consumers will be able to apply a security alert or a credit freeze at any time without needing to show or prove a risk of fraud, which means consumers can proactively manage their financial well-being and make it harder for someone who stole a consumer's credit information to take out a loan in their name. If this had been available to that young constituent, their journey of fraud would have never happened. Lenders will be obligated to make reasonable efforts to confirm consumers' identity when such an alert is active. This will make it far more difficult for someone to take out a loan using stolen credit information and puts the onus on the lender to verify the identity. This bill also bans exploitive practices by credit repair businesses, prohibiting them from charging fees before services are rendered or making false claims about guaranteed score improvements. British Columbians seeking help in financial hardship will no longer be preyed upon by misleading promises. A person will only pay once a legitimate correction or verified improvement has occurred. Imagine being at your most financially vulnerable, trying to fix your financial situation, and being targeted again by bad actors in the credit repair business. This bill will help stop that cycle. These changes will also ensure consumers know what free options they already have before paying for unnecessary services. These amendments were developed through consultation with consumer advocates, with industry partners, and regulatory bodies. The CEO of the BC Financial Services Authority stated, "As BC's regulator of financial services, we welcome efforts to strengthen consumer protection. We value ongoing collaboration with government and stakeholders to help ensure the financial sector remains responsive to the needs of British Columbians." And the President and CEO of Equifax said, "Equifax Canada is excited to partner with the government to empower consumers by introducing credit freezes in the province. This can significantly enhance consumers' ability to protect themselves against the impacts of fraud and identity theft." That's collaboration, government and industry working together to serve people, not profits. Bill 28 represents what responsible, progressive government looks like in a modern economy. This government believes that markets should serve people, not exploit them. We believe regulation should empower consumers, should protect the vulnerable, and ensure integrity in every transaction. By enshrining transparency, access, and fairness, we're reinforcing that the rules apply equally, whether you're a renter trying to secure housing, a newcomer building credit, or a small business owner recovering after hardship. Financial inclusion isn't just an economic issue, it's a social one. When people can rebuild their credit, or correct an error, or qualify for a loan, they can participate fully in our economy and in our communities. That's dignity, that's progress, and that's what Bill 28 stands for. To British Columbians, to the student applying for a loan, To the senior protecting their savings, to the newcomer building credit from the ground up, this bill says your rights, your data, your dignity will be protected. I encourage everyone in the House to support Bill 28 and to affirm that fairness in our financial system isn't just a goal, but it's a value we live by in this province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 28, the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act number 2. This legislation focuses on credit reporting, credit monitoring, and credit repair services and represents the next phase in ongoing modernization of consumer protection laws. This bill is, in essence, about protecting the financial reputation of British Columbians, ensuring that their credit information is secure, accurate, and used fairly. It continues the same modernization effort we saw earlier this year with Bill 4, which tackled unfair contract terms and subscription renewals. Bill 28 now moves from contracts to credit data, the information that determines whether people can rent a home, buy a car, or start a small business. Let me start by stating my understanding of the bill clearly. Bill 28 continues to work to modernize consumer protections similar to what we've seen in other provinces, including Ontario. British Columbians deserve to be able to understand the contracts they are signing. We will have questions when the legislation comes to committee for discussion, but we support it in principle. This bill builds on the direction we ultimately supported in Bill 4, strengthening fairness and transparency for consumers. Where Bill 4 dealt with the fine print of contracts, Bill 28 deals with the fine print of credit reports. It recognizes that in a digital economy, credit data is as consequential as a contract. British Columbians should be able to see what information affects their credit, correct errors, and guard against fraud, without being buried in red tape or subjected to hidden fees. This bill also aligns British Columbia with other provinces, particularly Ontario and Quebec, which have already implemented credit reporting reforms. That alignment matters. Credit agencies such as Equifax and TransUnion operate nationally. Consistency between jurisdictions avoids duplication, lowers compliance costs, and makes protections clearer for consumers. Bill 28 makes more than 24 amendments to the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act and the Personal Information Protection Act. I'll highlight the most significant changes. Clause 1 introduces new definitions: credit repair services, credit repair services provider, credit score, report, and reporting agency. These definitions establish who is responsible for what, creating a clearer legal framework for oversight and delineating between different kinds of service providers. Clause 5 adds Section 107.1, which requires a business to confirm identity whenever a credit report contains a security alert. For example, if a consumer has flagged potential fraud. It lays out procedures both when the person is present and when they are not, helping prevent identity theft transactions before they happen. Clause 6 is especially significant. It gives consumers 2 new rights. The first is the right to place a security alert on their credit file, and the second is the right to request a credit freeze, which stops agencies from disclosing their reports to lenders or others without consent. Agencies must verify identity, act promptly, notify consumers before an alert or freeze expires, and may not charge a fee for these services. Clauses 6 and 7 also create an entirely new framework for credit monitoring and credit repair services. They require full disclosure of consumer rights before entering a monitoring contract, including a reminder that everyone already has a free right of access to their own credit report every 30 days under the Personal Information Protection Act. If a company fails to make that disclosure, the consumer can cancel the contract within a year and receive a full refund within 15 days. For credit repair services, the bill specifies that no payment can be taken until a measurable result has been achieved, such as the correction of an error or a genuine improvement in credit score. This targets predatory credit fix schemes that too often exploit people who are already under financial strain. And I would stress Mr. Speaker, that what we hope to see achieved with this legislation is to ensure that we are going after exactly those bad actors who are exploiting people who are in a difficult position, and making sure that the legislation and the regulation that follows is geared toward exactly that objective. The importance of these provisions is not theoretical. We've all seen the consequences when personal data falls into the wrong hands. A prominent example is the Interior Health data breach. That breach dates back to 2009, when personal information, names, birth dates, social insurance numbers, and employment details for over 28,000 current and former employees was exposed and later misused by criminal actors. Many of those individuals only learned of the exposure years later, and some are still coping today with fraudulent loan applications, false tax returns, and credit rating damage linked to that incident. And here's the uncomfortable truth. It's ironic that a public sector agency itself was the source of one of the most serious data leaks in recent memory. If even government institutions can fail to safeguard information, then it's all the more important that British Columbians have the right to secure and monitor their credit files when that happens. The new rights embedded in Bill 28, the ability to place a security alert, request a credit freeze, and require identity verification before new credit is obtained, are precisely the tools needed when personal data is compromised. Protecting consumers isn't just about regulating industry. It's also about empowering individuals. When a government breach puts citizens at risk, those citizens should have the power to defend their financial reputations without extra cost, without unnecessary delay. That is why this bill matters. It is a practical safeguard for British Columbians whose personal data, through no fault of their own, remains vulnerable. The bill also amends the Personal Information Protection Act, or PIPA, to bring privacy and credit laws into alignment. Consumers will be entitled to receive their credit score and the names of data sources when they request information about themselves. A new Section 24.1 gives individuals the explicit right to request correction of errors or omissions in their credit data, and obliges agencies to pass those corrections to any organization that received the wrong information in the previous year. Credit reporting agencies are prohibited from charging a fee for access unless a person is requesting information more than once in 30 days. These privacy updates make the system fairer, more transparent, and easier to navigate. There's a lot to support in this bill. Empowering consumers. Bill 28 gives people real tools, security alerts, freezes, and correction rights to control their personal credit information. Preventing fraud. It adds identity verification requirements that will deter impersonation and data abuse. Transparency. Consumers will finally know what data determines their credit score and how to fix it when errors occur. Accountability for industry. Credit repair and monitoring companies will face clearer standards and penalties for deceptive practices. And national alignment. By harmonizing with Ontario and Quebec, BC reduces regulatory friction while protecting residents. And, Honourable Speaker, from a conservative perspective, we also believe that good actors should be supported, not punished, for doing their work in good faith. When businesses act responsibly, comply with the law, and treat consumers fairly, the system should work for them, not against them. At the same time, we want to ensure that bad actors, the ones running predatory or deceptive schemes, are stopped and held to account. That balance between fairness for responsible businesses and protection for vulnerable consumers is at the heart of what we believe good regulation should achieve. I anticipate we will support Bill 28 at second reading, but we will have several questions at committee stage. One is effectiveness. Will these rights be meaningful in practice? A right to a credit freeze is only useful if consumers know about it and can access it easily. So what then is government's plan for public education and outreach? Enforcement. Consumer Protection BC will carry a larger mandate under this bill. Do they have the capacity and resources to monitor compliance and handle complaints? National consistency. Credit reporting systems operate across Canada. Were Equifax, TransUnion, and other providers consulted? How will the BC framework integrate with federal and provincial counterparts to avoid unnecessary complexity? Transition and timing. Many provisions come into force by regulation. We'll want clarity on when those regulations will be ready and how long businesses will have to adjust. Consumer literacy. Even the best protections don't help if people don't understand how credit works. Will government support financial literacy campaigns so British Columbians can truly, quote unquote, understand the contracts they are signing? That ties into a broader theme, which is the overall importance of financial literacy in our society, and it is certainly an agenda that we will continue to advocate for, whether that be for adult consumers or in schools. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill 28 is a constructive step forward. It updates an old law for a new era, one where credit data moves faster, reaches further, and matters more than ever before. It gives consumers stronger rights, brings BC in line with other provinces, and helps restore trust in our financial system. But we must ensure the protections are effective, accessible, and well communicated, not just written into statute. We must also make sure implementation does not create unintended burdens for responsible businesses. So, while I again anticipate we will support Bill 28 at second reading, we look forward to a robust committee-stage discussion to make sure this legislation truly works for both consumers and the businesses that serve and support them. This bill is about trust. Trust in the credit system, trust that personal data is safe, and trust that government can get implementation right. Let's make sure that trust is earned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognizing the member from North Vancouver Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support Bill 28, the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act amendments, as proposed by the Office of the Attorney General. As I begin, I gratefully acknowledge that I'm speaking on the lands of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and the Esquimalt in particular. The water, land, air, flora, and fauna have been stewarded here for millennium, and the words in front of the Parliament building speak to the importance of the people, especially the children. Additionally, I acknowledge with appreciation the Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish nations, on whose unceded land the riding of North Vancouver Seymour is situated. Every year I learn more about the values and principles that guide these nations and the leaders who are steadfast in the journey to support all members to live a full and healthy life in safety and joy. I spoke in February of this year to Bill 4, the first set of amendments, which were then passed in March of this year. All of the amendments to this legislation have been needed for a while. The last time the consumer protection laws were updated prior to this year was in 2004. And the marketplace has evolved significantly since then, with many more ways to separate the consumer from their money. Vulnerable community members, seniors, new immigrants, those already dealing with poverty or disability are often targets for predators through a variety of iterations of credit fraud and identity theft. Credit reports and scores continue to gain importance in everyday transactions, and these amendments allow consumers to access the reports and scores without cost on a monthly basis. Additionally, consumers can also set up security alerts and credit card freezes free of charge. These activities will offer consumers much greater control over their own finances. I do have to admit, I'd never heard of a credit score until I was setting up group bank accounts for guiding units about 15 years ago. At that time, anyone who was needed to be a signatory on these accounts had to have a credit check done according to the bank we were working with. At that time also, there was a cost to have a credit check done, which some of our members found to be prohibitive. So we covered the cost out of the money we had from our fundraising. Yes, we have all bought or sold Girl Guide cookies. And we're still selling them, thank you. Credit reporting and credit repair agencies will have new rules, making sure their services are accurate and transparent. Once again, improving the opportunities for consumers to know exactly what they are doing financially when using these services. And more protective barriers will be established to protect consumers against identity theft and credit fraud, so that it's far more difficult to fraudulently open a credit card account or take out a loan. These problems have become rampant over the past years, and these amendments will update the legislation to strengthen consumer protection and create a fairer marketplace. These changes will also update other acts, continue to build in better overall consumer protection. The Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act, the Personal Information Protection Act, and the Motor Dealer Act will be updated to reflect these changes. So many people in our province go through day-to-day life working with enough financial literacy to deal with straightforward transactions, but depending on others or other agencies to provide reliable information and support with more complex dealings. Unfortunately, some people have ended up in a very bad financial straits for a variety of reasons, some of which will be addressed through these amendments found in Bill 28. The changes proposed should help to raise consumer awareness, financial literacy, and financial safety. It will reduce the incidence of identity theft and the subsequent use of a stolen identity to perpetrate financial fraud. The changes will ensure businesses are accountable for their practices and reinforce that consumer protection must be incorporated into all transactions through increased accuracy and transparency in these transactions. These amendments also bring BC into alignment with other provinces in terms of consumer protection. As always, these amendments went through rigorous consultation processes that involved both the public and private stakeholders, and was designed to promote fairness, transparency, and fiscal inclusion for all consumers. Public surveys, consultation with industry, and stakeholders engagement forums were conducted in order to determine a clear understanding of current consumer challenges and business impacts. And input was also provided by consumer advocacy groups, financial institutions, and legal experts. These amendments will bring British Columbia into alignment with other leading consumer laws in the country. Consumer Protection BC was also part of the consultation process, and Consumer Protection BC will be part of implementing the changes to support a smooth transition. Everyone is a consumer. However, some groups that are represented in BC are more vulnerable to consumer fraud, particularly newcomers, those with lower incomes, those with accessibility issues, and some of our seniors and elders. The intersectionality of these groups is often high, which enhances the susceptibility to some of the slick fraud campaigns that we have seen exposed in the news or by our police. The present and future of consumers can be markedly affected by unexpected or unmanaged financial losses. Implementing these new changes will enhance consumer awareness and the capacity for enforcement. This, in turn, will prevent and reduce predatory practices while enabling the capacity to hold businesses accountable. These amendments also promote affordability and fairness, increasing the ability of the people of British Columbia to access information and tools that are important to making informed decisions regarding their own finances. Madam Speaker, there are many stories of consumers losing money through not understanding their own financial circumstances or through fraud perpetrated by predators. These amendments will enhance consumer protection substantially, and I therefore am most supportive of Bill 28, amending the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Act. Thank you so much for your time.
Can I see the member from Abbotsford West?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise today to speak to Bill 28, the Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act. And I believe there's not a member in this House who couldn't regale us with stories of how they've been personally negatively impacted by consumer experiences. So, at its core, this bill seeks to modernize and strengthen consumer protection in British Columbia, particularly in the areas of credit reporting, in credit monitoring, and credit repair services. These are industries that for far too long have operated with limited oversight, often leaving consumers vulnerable to misunderstandings, to misinformation, and in some cases, outright exploitation. So at first glance, there's much to be encouraged by. This bill does move us in a direction with many other provinces, as has already been mentioned, as Ontario and Quebec have already taken. It gives now British Columbians new rights to freeze their credit reports, to add security alerts, and to cancel credit monitoring or repair contracts when companies fail to act honestly or transparently. Madam Speaker, these are real, tangible protections that can make a difference in people's financial security and peace of mind. We know how complex and intimidating credit reporting can be, and I'm thinking especially of the elderly. Most British Columbians have little idea how their credit scores are calculated, what's in their credit reports, or actually who has access to that information. Yet these scores affect everything, and they find this out when they try to rent an apartment, or to get a mortgage, or apply for a job. When mistakes are made, when data is mishandled, the consequences are devastating. People can find themselves shut out of opportunities, or paying higher interest rates, or worse yet, fight for years to correct errors that weren't their fault. That's why some of these new measures in this bill, such as giving consumers the right to request corrections to personal information or to see their credit score for free at least once every 30 days, are meaningful steps forward. But, Honourable Speaker, while I'm optimistic about the intent behind this bill, I'm also cautious, because this is a very technical and far-reaching piece of legislation, one that amends multiple acts, introduces new enforcement provisions, and delegates much of the operation detail to future regulations. Future regulations. When? What will be in those regulations? How will it be implemented? Well, in future regulations sometime down the road. The bill's success will depend entirely on how those regulations are written and how they are enforced. And we're expected to take that by faith. For example, the new provisions allowing for credit freezes and security alerts are welcome, but we'll need to ensure that the process for requesting these protections is clear, is accessible, and is secure. People must not face long delays or complicated verification procedures that make the process unusable. Similarly, while the bill prohibits credit agencies from charging fees for certain services, such as placing a credit freeze or accessing one's credit score, we need to be certain that agencies have the resources and the technological systems to comply effectively. In other words, do they have the ability to follow through? Do they have the resources to follow through? Honourable Speaker, another area that requires careful scrutiny is the regulation of credit repair services. This is an industry that frankly has been ripe with abuse. Too often companies prey on people who are already struggling, promising quick fixes to poor credit, charging large upfront fees, and delivering little to no results, and the consumer has little to no recourse. The changes proposed in Bill 28, such as prohibiting payment until a specific verifiable outcome is achieved and requiring full disclosure before any contract is signed, is a critical reform, long overdue. They place accountability squarely where it belongs, on the service provider. However, as with any new framework, the question remains, will it be enforced? If this is not enforced, it's a bill that has no teeth. Consumer Protection BC, the agency tasked with oversight, already has a full plate. Now, new mandates without new resources risk creating gaps in that enforcement. And if we truly want to protect consumers, we need to ensure the enforcement body has the funding, has the staff, and the digital tools to keep up with the rapidly changing financial sector. Another concern, Honourable Speaker, lies in the delegation of authority. Many of the important details, from timelines to verification standards, will be set later by regulation. Here we are again. Future. Later. When? Who? What? How? Sometime in the future. That means the House is being asked to approve a framework without seeing how it will actually function in practice. And we've seen this before from this government. Good intentions at the legislative stage, followed by confusion and slow rollout when the regulations finally appear. That's why we will have many detailed questions at committee stage, particularly around consumer access, industry compliance, and government readiness. Still, Honourable Speaker, it's important to recognize that this legislation represents some progress, which was long overdue. Consumers have been at the mercy of opaque systems, unable to understand or challenge the data that defines their financial reputation. This bill is part of a broader modernization effort that seeks to restore balance, giving the individuals more control, giving the individuals more information, and giving the individuals more fairness. British Columbians deserve to understand the contracts they sign, to know who holds their information, and to have the recourse when things go wrong. So while we approach Bill 28 with caution, we also acknowledge the positive direction it represents. Key will be the careful implementation, proper consultation, and genuine accountability. This legislation could provide stronger protections for individuals navigating an increasingly digital and data-driven financial world. Honourable Speaker, our caucus will continue to hold the government to account, ensuring these promises translate into real protections, not just paperwork. And we do recognize the importance of what this bill aims to achieve. And we look forward to committee stage where further questions will be asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, call the vote on second reading of Bill number 28, entitled Business Practices and Consumer Protection Amendment Act, number 2, 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion's carried. House Leader?
I move that.
House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader?
I call second reading on Bill 30.
Oh, okay, we'll just take 5 minutes to get set up for Bill 30. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll call the House back to order, and we're on second reading of Bill number 30, the Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025. Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, it's a real honor today to rise to support this critical step in our commitment to improving the lives of working people in this province. Bill 30 introduces a much-needed amendment to the Employment Standards Act, which will provide for an unpaid job-protected leave of up to 27 weeks within a 52-week period for serious illness and injuries. Currently, the Employment Standards Act does not provide minimum standards for job-protected leave if a worker becomes ill with a long-term condition or suffers an injury that requires weeks or months of recovery. This proposed amendment reflects our government's commitment to working people. It's founded on the simple principle that no one should ever have to make a choice between their job and their health. And the changes, if passed, will ensure that people with a serious illness or injury have the peace of mind to focus on their recovery. And employers will be able to better retain skilled talent. This change really is about making BC a better place to live and work. Speaker, everyone knows, every British Columbian knows someone who's been affected by a life-altering diagnosis, or in fact, they may have experienced it themselves. Diagnoses such as cancer, multiple sclerosis, heart disease, Parkinson's, or perhaps someone who has experienced a serious injury through a motor vehicle accident, or indeed even through intimate partner violence. We know that when a loved one, a coworker, a neighbor, or a community member is managing a life-changing illness or injury like this, they're faced with long periods of onset and progression and recovery. And we need to be there for them in these times. Patient advocate groups have been seeking this change for a long time. And I can tell you, I've heard the stories. I know that everyone in this House have heard the stories from people in our communities, in our families, across our networks, who have been impacted by serious illness or injury, and in some cases resulting in job loss. And many of these brave survivors have told their story in advocating for this change. And they include people like Sherry, who traveled from Fort St. John to share with me her experiences of living with multiple sclerosis. A year after she was diagnosed with the disease, Sherry had to step away from a career that she loved and had worked so hard to achieve. And in her circumstance, job-protected leave would have helped her to manage the treatment, the initial treatment schedule, would have helped her to balance that along with her work, would have helped her to deal with the travel demands associated with her treatment. And what was really heartbreaking in what she said was that it would have really also alleviated the guilt that she felt stepping away from work to deal with her treatment, and the stress that created for her, stress which in fact, given the nature of her chronic illness, actually worsened the impact of that disease for her. And I also want to share another story today, one from Natalie Lipschultz. In 2019, Natalie was diagnosed with early onset colorectal cancer. And she was young, in her 30s, young to receive a stage 3 diagnosis. She underwent surgery, and in January 2020, she began to have adjuvant chemotherapy. And at the time, Natalie was very open with her employer about what was taking place in her personal life, about how her condition affected her physically, mentally, emotionally. And although the extended benefits available to her provided for long-term disability benefits, she felt pressured not to take time off. She worked on a small team
with colleagues that she considered friends. It was suggested to her by her supervisor that time off would create more work for her colleagues. But she wanted to be a good team player, and she felt guilt at the thought of being the reason for her colleagues' increased workloads. As a result, she took 2 weeks off of work to undergo surgery and then to heal from that surgery. Throughout this time, Natalie felt underlying pressure to return to work very quickly. So at the beginning of 2020, she began to receive chemotherapy at Royal Columbian Hospital. But the pressure to not ask for leave and the fact that the clinic was open on the same schedule as her work shift meant that what happened was she brought her laptop with her to the clinic, working as she received IV chemotherapy. And in those months, she remembers feeling anxious, feeling like she was letting people down at work. And I just can't imagine that we want that for anyone who's going through chemotherapy, that their mind is not focused on getting well and what's best for them, that their attention is diverted to trying to manage their work. During her treatment, Natalie also experienced 2 drug reactions to the chemotherapy and the supplementary drugs and had to go to the emergency department right away. And the day after one of these episodes, she was let go from her job. She was in the thick of her chemotherapy treatment, and this sudden loss of her employment left her without security and income at a time when she and her family were the most vulnerable. And I think anybody who has had experience themselves or the loved one who has cancer, you know that the recovery is a real uphill battle. And unfortunately, at the beginning of 2022, Natalie was diagnosed with stage 4 recurrence of cancer. Now, at this time, she and her husband had just 5 months earlier welcomed a baby daughter. And Natalie was on maternity leave from a new job. But because of her previous experience, she became deeply worried and anxious about her ability to return to work as scheduled. And what she said was that, I was worried I would lose this job if I couldn't come back from maternity leave right away, or if chemotherapy extended my leave. Even though I was going through something very private and emotional, I felt I had to reach out to my employer and tell them everything in case I didn't have a job to come back to. Now, much to Natalie's relief, her new company was great in working with her timeline. She underwent further chemotherapy, more surgery, and this time she was able to return to her job. And following her surgery and her healing, she has been recovered from cancer for 3.5 years, and she just celebrated her daughter Zoe's 4th birthday in September. And I think on behalf of all of us, I just want to say to Natalie that we're so grateful for the success of your treatment. We're so grateful that you landed in a good place, and I'm really grateful that you shared your story and allowed me to share your story in the House today. You know, I think that Natalie would sort of tell her story as a cautionary tale of what can happen. And in her current role at the Canadian Cancer Society, she really encourages patients to take the time they need to tend to the physical, the mental, and emotional weight that comes with serious, difficult health diagnoses and the ensuing periods for treatment. And, you know, Speaker, I know that in this House, many of us have direct personal experience. And I see it on the faces of my colleagues across the way when one of their colleagues was able to participate online today, and how grateful everybody across the whole House was that their colleague was able to join again. Our colleague who has been experiencing treatment due to colon cancer. I mean, these are deeply moving issues. They are the issues that cross lines, that make that join us together because we all understand, because we've all been there. And Speaker, I've been there. I had a cancer diagnosis and needed treatment a number of years ago, and I was really fortunate to have an early diagnosis, but I needed to take time off of work, and it was lucky for me. I had a good employer who was understanding, and I was able to take that time and take the subsequent time that was needed to address that condition. And I, over the last couple of years, my late husband went through a very difficult experience with a very aggressive form of lymphoma. And what I experienced as one of his sort of primary supports and caregivers was just how critical the ability of people who are facing a life-threatening illness, how important it is for them to be able to retain a sense of control over their life. And for my husband, being able to actually work through some of his early chemotherapy was really important. It was a real lifeline for him to stay connected to that world, to feel like he was continuing to contribute. To know that, by the third week of the cycle, he was going to be not really able to do anything, but that he'd feel better after a week or so and he'd be able to, pick up and do a little bit more work. And it was fortunate for him that his employer was able to, to make those arrangements to sort of to work with that treatment schedule. And it was really so important for his mental health and so important for his sense of value as a human being, to not be defined by the illness, but to be able to continue to contribute up until the very moment that you can't contribute in that way anymore. And that transition, of course, is very different for everybody. I want to say that I think that I think that many employers, I know for a fact, actually, that many employers in BC already do this work of supporting their employees who are grappling with serious health issues. I know they work to support them in their return to efforts, in their return to work efforts. And in fact, we made changes to the, for example, to the WorkSafe Act to make sure that the Occupational Health and Safety Regulation, where there's been a workplace-related accident, that there is a requirement around rehabilitation and return to work, and for that to be supported, because we know how important people's connection to their work and to their livelihoods is. It's fundamental. It's such an elemental role for all of us. The work that we do, and all of the sense of contribution, of kind of vitality, of connection with our work life and our workmates. All of that forms such an important part of our identity. Workers who experience long-term illness or disability, of course, have existing legal protections under the BC Human Rights Code, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability. And many employers, of course, have policies which exceed the minimum standards being proposed in this bill. And similarly, workers may already have similar leave policies that have been bargained into collective agreements. But these proposed changes will ensure that that protection is built into the Employment Standards Act for all workers in British Columbia. The Employment Standards Act are the terms and conditions of work for 70% of our province's workforce. With more than 31,000 people diagnosed with cancer each year in the province, and over 11,000 people in British Columbia who are living with multiple sclerosis, as well as, of course, people living with other chronic illnesses, it is so vital that we provide this assurance for workers and their families. And I just want to say, I think this really includes, as well, survivors of intimate partner violence, mostly women and gender diverse people. because of the high number of people who experience intimate partner violence, up to 92% have signs and symptoms of traumatic brain injury. And we know that 90% of intimate partner violence cases reported to the police, in fact, involve survivors aged 15 to 54. They are in their prime working years. And for them, the guarantee of job protection may well help in inviting survivors to feel safe and secure in seeking the services that they need for their recovery. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, British Columbia is one of the few provinces and territories in Canada that do not currently provide extended job protection leave under their employment standards law for serious illness and injuries. And since the federal government extended the employment insurance sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 26 weeks in 2022, Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador have amended provincial legislation to provide 27 weeks of extended illness and injury leave. Bill 30 will bring British Columbia's protections up to the standard that is already in place in other jurisdictions in Canada, and ensures that workers can appropriately access the financial supports available through the Federal Employment Insurance Sickness Benefits Program. You know, there's just no question. It is working people who keep our province running, who are building this province, who make incredible contributions to our communities, to providing services, to building infrastructure, to building industry across this province every single day. And they deserve to know that their job isn't at risk because they need time off to deal with treatment due to a serious illness or injury. Bill 30 is the result of shared work that we've undertaken with employer groups, worker groups, and patient advocate groups alike. And we heard strong support from labour groups such as the BC Federation of Labour, the BC Employment Standards Coalition, and I equally want to thank all of the business and industry employer associations who spent time talking with us and consulting on the development of the legislation. Groups such as the Tourism Industry Association of BC, the BC Hotel Association, Restaurants Canada, the Association of Business Improvement Areas, Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, Retail Council of Canada, Business Council of BC, and more. Of course, I am very grateful to the patient advocacy groups, the Canadian Cancer Society, the Multiple Sclerosis Society, who have also made incredible contributions to this work. Currently, the Employment Standards Act provides for two other extended health-related leaves, the critical illness and injury leave and compassionate care leave. Now, these provisions are there for workers who need time away from work in order to care for a family member who has, whose health has significantly changed as a result of an illness or injury and whose life is at risk, and for a family member who is terminally ill. Now, consistent with these two leaves, there's no minimum period of employment to qualify for the leave. And frankly, that's just because we know all too well a person may develop an injury or an illness with no notice. They may be in the course of changing jobs, of transitioning when they receive a life-altering medical diagnosis or are injured. The amendment in Bill 30 requires that Bill 30 requires that the serious illness and injury leave be taken in units of 1 week, which is consistent with other aforementioned leaves in the Employment Standards Act that are aligned with with EI benefits. I think we can all think of those cycles, whether it's Sherry needing to travel for treatment for multiple sclerosis, whether it's a chemotherapy schedule. I mean, there are many times when it's not a whole long block of many weeks or months at a time that someone needs off. Sometimes what they need is intermittent time off. And that's why we want to ensure that there's the flexibility for workers to take the leave in the manner that is appropriate for their specific medical condition and treatment plan. The flexibility is important for workers who of course, also are dealing with episodic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. The proposed leave will apply to all employees, including part-time workers covered by the Employment Standards Act, who have a serious personal illness or injury and who are unable to work for at least 1 week, and that is seven consecutive days. This leave, the leave entitlement is not limited to physical illness and injury. A serious mental health condition that renders an employee unable to work for at least a week would also be covered. And to access the new leave provisions, workers would be required to obtain a medical certificate from a physician or a nurse practitioner. And in addition to confirming that the employee is unable to work for medical reasons, the certificate would provide the employer with the amount of time that the leave, for which the leave is required. This leave is a minimum standard. Of course, employers retain the discretion to grant additional leave beyond the Employment Standards Act entitlement for employees who require additional recovery time. Speaker, there's no question that workers are at the center of the economy that we are building in British Columbia. They're going to be key. They are key to all of our aspirations in building across every sector that we are building across. And in the course of engaging with business and industry associations, unions, and workers and patient advocacy groups, we found really a shared recognition of the importance of supporting people at work when they're suffering from a life-altering diagnosis. There's a broad agreement, and we've seen that agreement expressed, I think, the sentiments of that expressed here in the House, that workers deserve to be able to return to work and to their jobs once they and their healthcare providers have said that they are ready. And so I invite my colleagues from around the House to take part in taking this important step in the history of BC's employment standards legislation, because I think that we can all agree that nobody in our province deserves to lose their work, their livelihoods. Nobody should have to bear the stress, the anxiety of losing their employment because they've been diagnosed with a serious illness or because they're recovering from a terrible injury or intimate partner violence. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I look forward to the important conversation that will happen in the House, debate that will happen in the House on this bill, and the and I'll leave it there. Thank you. And with that, I move second reading.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time today, and very glad to speak to Bill 30, the Employment Standards Amendment Act, as the official opposition critic for Labour. This is, of course, the second time we've seen Employment Standards Act changes this year, and the first was focused on removing the requirement for sick notes for short-term leave. And this new bill, as we've just heard from the Minister of Labour, creates a new kind of unpaid job-protected leave for workers who are facing catastrophic illness or injury. And I want to thank the Minister of Labour for sharing some very deeply personal information and stories, including the story of Natalie in that particular instance. I understand that these changes, the request was brought forward as the result of advocacy from the Canadian Cancer Society and MS Canada. Of course, these are organizations doing incredible work for all British Columbians. And obviously, both of these illnesses, both cancer and MS, are impacting many, many people in our province. So we have to remember all of them who are going through this as we look into this piece of this amendment to this important legislation in the province. In BC, approximately 1 in 2 people will face cancer diagnosis in their lifetime. And with over 34,000 new diagnoses expected this year alone, with regards to MS, there are about 15,000 British Columbians currently living with MS. And I think everyone here would agree when someone is seriously ill from a major injury, the last thing they should have to worry about is whether they do have a job to go back to. So that whether it's a disease diagnosis or a life-altering injury, I'm sure the members of the House all know someone who's been impacted in some way by some sort of serious disease or an accident of some kind. So we all want to support our loved ones, and let's start from that place. Certainly, our community neighbors, we want to support them in their time of greatest pain, stress, and uncertainty. We want compassion and stability, and that's something we can all support. At the same time, when we make changes like this, it is important to look closely at the details, how this will actually work in real workplaces for both employees and employers. So I'm going to, just in the context of my remarks, get into a little bit of how the way it's worded, the way the language of the bill reads, how it could work in practice, and discuss it a bit further. So right now, under the Employment Standards Act, workers can take a few paid and unpaid days for illness or injury, so 5 paid and 3 unpaid per year. But it's completely understandable that that won't come close to covering a serious or long-term illness, for example. So Bill 30 is looking to fill a gap by introducing up to 27 weeks. So that's a period, obviously more than 6 months, unpaid leave for what's really been called in this catastrophic illness or injury. So in some ways that does bring BC in line with other provinces already, what they already offer. And we've heard from the Minister of Labour, some of those provinces, Quebec, Ontario, Alberta, and others. And each of them have some slight variations to how they implement this. Still, the success of this policy isn't just about matching other jurisdictions. I think it's really about how it works smoothly here in our province for workers, for small businesses, and for the people who have to administer it day to day. So under this bill, an employee who's seriously ill or injured can take up to 27 weeks in a 12-month period. As we've heard, they'll need a certificate confirming they can't work, and they'll have job protection for that duration of that leave. It appears that this also applies to other health professionals that could be designated by the minister to provide a leave certificate, but it's not exactly clear who those exactly will be. We'll try to see if we can canvass that a little further in the committee stage. I understand that protection can make a huge difference for someone going through treatment or recovering from something major like surgery or an accident. I will say there is a consideration. There's a consideration for some employers, particularly small businesses. A 6-month absence can be harder to manage for some employers than others, and I think that is something that we do need to take into account. If you think about a large business, it's common to backfill positions and people move to development opportunities. They probably have extended leave policies in place already and manage long-term leaves as regular course. They have HR departments to do this so that it works in their workplaces. Many workplaces don't have spare capacity, so I like to use the example of my family's business, an appliance and electronics repair shop. If someone ends up on a leave, it is very difficult to backfill. First of all, there aren't a lot of appliance technicians trained these days, but also the fact that small businesses end up having people that carry out multiple roles based on their skill set. So when someone is away for a long period of time, it can be the employer that has to cover their duties, or the business owner in the case of my family. So my dad, in this example, would end up covering for any of the front office employees on a leave, or my uncle would end up working longer hours to cover for an appliance tech. It would also be up to them to manage scheduling and figuring out how to handle the return to work transition when the employee is ready. And as we also heard from the Minister of Labour, many employers are already doing much of this, providing leave, because small business owners, they care about their employees. I can think of my family's example. They become members of the family. So that's the case in many types of businesses, but we're looking at all employers. The Employment Standards Act is meant to be covering each and every employer, large and small, in the province. So because this bill does allow the leave to be taken all at once or in smaller blocks, it does add a layer of complexity to these smaller businesses, especially because they do need to plan months ahead. So I just think we need, as we're looking at this, let's just make sure that we're translating it into real world examples of what employers and employees are working through as they're making sure that support is there. I have heard from many small business owners who, as I said, just genuinely care about their employees. They know their people personally, and they want to do the right thing, and they want to support someone who's facing a health crisis. So I don't want members to jump to assume that their feedback is about opposing this idea of leave, but it's, again, asking some questions to make sure that it is workable. Employers have told me that they understand why 27 weeks was chosen. Of course, it matches the employment insurance sickness benefits, but that practical side is important. It's the employers, not the EI system, who have to handle the continuity and making sure the business operations are running smoothly. The other important factor to consider in getting this legislation right is whether or not it will impact the ability to respond to employment standards complaints from workers. These are perfectly reasonable right of workers to file a complaint. It's an important part of the ministry's functions. And it's best if that process is streamlined and fast. And the ministry should have a goal of fostering better relations between employees and employers. So having a dispute hanging over the heads of both parties can be a big challenge in the workplace. The service plan for the ministry has a target of 80% of employment standards branch complaints that are supposed to be resolved within 180 days. In 2024, we know from the estimates processed last spring that only 32% were resolved within 180 days. So something that needs significant improvement. So I'm not raising this as a reason not to move forward with this job-protected leave. I'm bringing it up because opening up the Employment Standards Act needs to have this critical lens on how the amendments are worded. So is it providing clarity in the workplace for both employers and workers? And I think that's something we always have to ask. Or are we opening up potential conflict that is going to lead to more employment standards complaints that the ministry can't handle? I think these are important questions because we want to support healthy workplaces overall. A few more themes came up again in some of my discussions, and one is flexibility. And of course, we know that, cancer being an example, illnesses don't follow neat timelines, and some people might need to take their leave all at once. Others might need to come and go depending on treatments or recovery. A lot of employees want to be able to work during their leave, so I think that the fact that there is some built-in flexibility, that it can be any time in a given year, is a good thing for employees. And I think for employers, they are asking that the rules allow enough flexibility to make those arrangements work for both sides. So and again, with cancer treatment, it can be so unpredictable how an individual responds to treatment, or really just making sure that we are building in that flexible option. Another theme that I'd heard about is really about balance, recognizing a large employer and a small shop, different capacity. So, that's something that I think as we look into the committee stage of the bill, we just want to make sure that we're understanding how this will work for particularly the smallest employers in the province. And I guess the other thing we want to look at is what happens when things change. So a business situation can shift over a year and a half, or over a half a year rather. New contracts, they could get new equipment. Sometimes the business can materially change. Sometimes they can get into financial issues. So I think it is fair to seek some certainty in how employers can meet their legal obligations if the exact job the person left no longer exists actually when they're ready to come back. They're not looking for a loophole. They're just looking for a way to adapt when circumstances do legitimately change. So I think that's a reason why we need clear guidance. So should this bill be implemented, we want to make sure that that guidance is there for employees and employers, so that everyone understands how this leave affects things like vacation accrual and severance and benefits. They don't want to guess or make mistakes because we don't have clear rules in place. Again, we don't want more employment standards complaints. We just want clear rules. Employers really need those predictable rules, and actually, I think it helps employees significantly. So if disputes were to come up between an employee and employer over whether an employee qualifies for the leave or what happens on return, there should be a simple, respectful way to resolve those issues, and that really seems like common sense in my mind. All of these, the comments that I have received from small businesses come from a place of wanting to make the policy succeed, and I want to make that clear. Small businesses want to support their employees, but they need clear, flexible rules to do that effectively. Many small employers don't have the HR departments, they don't have legal advisors, so that plain language guidance is key. So as always, when new rules are rolled out for workplaces of all kinds, good communication is absolutely critical. I know the government sometimes likes there's advertising that goes towards self-promotion of government programs, but I think a good use of taxpayer dollars in this case would be to advertising for more education on some employment standards expectations overall, including the changes that are proposed in this bill. I think it would be a valid use. And again, as I said, this is the second major amendment to employment standards, this act this year. So I do think that that's why that communication is key, as we're making sure that we're fostering those healthy workplaces. So once this bill passes, the real work will be in the rollout. So making sure that everyone knows what's expected of them, and that employees really know what they're entitled to. And I think that's key here. It's my full expectation that if we see good updated communication, updated frequently asked questions, maybe even some sample policy templates for employers and small businesses, I think that would go a long way in helping those opportunities for feedback and support for this policy. So if this is going to work as intended, I think that education and outreach will be extremely important. The goal I think we want to see is protecting people when they're at their most vulnerable. And that's a goal that each and every one of us can stand behind. But good policy also needs to reflect the day-to-day realities of the workplaces it affects. And that's why that word flexibility will be one that I continue to use as we look into this bill. So flexibility for employees who need time to recover, and flexibility for employers who need to keep their operations going. So the success of this new leave will depend on how well those two needs are balanced in practice. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to speak again to the human side of this issue, and the Minister of Labour did a very good job of outlining her personal story within her family and that of Natalie, and among other. There's so many British Columbians that are struggling, and this is again comes from a place, I understand, of wanting to support those who are going through a tough time in their lives. So in that spirit, I did already share a personal story with the Minister of Labour, and don't mind sharing it with the House. My mom worked as a nurse for her entire career. And back in 2006, my mom was walking with her sister, my aunt. They were walking on the north side of the road along Shuswap Lake, in the shoulder where it's common for pedestrians actually on that side of the lake. A distracted driver ended up hitting my mother with their minivan, throwing her back about 20 feet. Fortunately, she avoided head injury or something that was going to cause life-altering injuries, but she did have severe injuries to her shoulder and knee, requiring multiple surgeries. So in those moments of recovery, it was hard. It was confusing thinking about what her life was going to be like going back to nursing again, and her career, of course, being part of her identity. And fortunately, she had benefits that provided short-term and long-term disability to have that time to determine the extent of those injuries. So employment standards, as I know, as we've heard, really are needed for the most baseline protection for workers. So this is a case where I think we can look at this act and find out if we can have some updates that may be supporting those families across British Columbia, all families that may need help in these times. When someone faces a catastrophic illness or a life-changing injury, everything else in their world can feel like it's spinning out of control. The hospital visits, the uncertainty, and the long recoveries. These are some of the moments when people need stability wherever they can find it. And one of the biggest sources of anxiety for many people is work. So will I still have a job when this is over? Will my position still be there? Will my employer understand what I'm going through? Giving workers in those situations the security of knowing their job is protected while they focus on healing. I think that is actually a meaningful thing. It gives people the space to recover without the fear of losing their livelihood. Many of us in this chamber can share similar stories of a family member, a friend, or a colleague. So I will acknowledge really the important intent behind Bill 30. We want to support our loved ones when life takes an unexpected turn, so we can look at different ways to do that, and I think that's a good thing. At the same time, it's okay to make sure that the policies actually work, that it can be carried out smoothly, and that it's clear for everyone. So in closing, I just want to say just to remember that communication will be key as we look at this bill and its implementation. Workers need to know their rights. Employers need to know their responsibilities. And there needs to be room for honest, ongoing conversation if something isn't working the way it should. There are a lot of British Columbians struggling right now and far too many seeking care for serious illness like cancer. Let's remember them and figure out how we can help. So in reviewing this bill for all members, picture the workers sitting in a hospital room worried about their future. Picture the small business owner doing their best to keep things running while supporting their team, and the families trying to hold everything together. Thank you for the time today, Honourable Speaker.
Recognizing the member from North Vancouver Seymour.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of Bill 30, the Employment Statutes Act, Serious Illness or Injury Leave, being brought forward by our Minister of Labour. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that I'm currently working and staying on the lands of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and the Kapsalem. In North Vancouver Seymour, my riding where I live, work and learn, it's in the territory of the Coast Salish as well, specifically the Squamish and the Tsleil-Waututh nations. I continue to be grateful that I am living and working in a time and place where land acknowledgements can be spoken and heartfelt and are a step in recognizing and honouring the peoples that have been in BC over the millennium. In other parts of Canada and at the federal level, it has been recognized for quite some time that people who end up off work due to severe illness or injury need to be able to rely on having a job to return to once they recuperate. This amendment to the Employment Standards Act speaks to just that eventuality by allowing employees across BC to take up to 27 weeks of unpaid, job-protected leave in a 12-month period. It still enables employees to access financial benefits provided by the federal government, with the added solace that a job is still waiting for them once they are able to get back to work again. Under the Act as it stands now, there is no provision for job-protected leave for those who are not able to do their job because of illness or injury. The BC Human Rights Code Against Discrimination provides legal protections, and these changes will align the Employment Standards Act with those protections. While workers who experience long-term illness or disability, the proposed changes will ensure that protections are built into employment standards similar to those that are in the Human Rights Code. It will be applicable to all those who are currently covered and have serious personal illness or injury and are unable to work for at least 7 consecutive days as supported by a medical certificate from a doctor or a nurse practitioner. The certificate will confirm that medical leave is required and indicate the dates that leave will be needed. I have been fortunate as a registered nurse to always work in a setting where short-term and long-term leave is available when needed. However, I have friends, colleagues in volunteer organizations, constituents and others who have talked about the challenges they had faced when dealing with the onset of a serious illness or having sustained a significant and perhaps life-changing injury. People who have been reluctant to go to their healthcare provider for assessment because they don't feel they can follow the recommended pathway towards recuperation if it involves taking time off work. People who have had abrupt medical emergencies such as a heart attack, trying to return to work as soon as possible, detracting from their own rehabilitation and perhaps prolonging their recovery or promoting yet another cardiac incident. People like the young man who works at the mom-pop store, who's always called upon to do the heavier lifting, high shelf stocking, and other physical work, who injured his back to the point that he could not stand for more than a couple of minutes and needed extensive intervention in order to regain mobility and strength. People who get a diagnosis of cancer, who don't know what the future brings, but know that their job may well be at risk if they are away for extended periods while they undergo treatment and recuperate. Yes, during the time they are off for a finite period, they can collect employment insurance, but if you don't have a job to return to, the worrying about the future can actively interfere with the ability to heal. It can have a profound effect on family and relationships and the ability to maintain current standard of living. No one should be in the position of having to choose between their health and their job. Take Parkinson's disease, for example. At initial onset, it is often difficult to diagnose, and effective treatment takes time, medication adjustments, and frequent appointments with specialists. Once an effective medication regime is established, a person may have several more years or longer of a working life ahead of them. Other illnesses such as MS, again challenging initially to diagnose, can have a similar trajectory. Another health area that this bill will have a profound impact on is in the area of mental health. I have a friend, a very competent and professional nurse, who underwent a severe psychotic break, during which time they did not even recognize me when I was visiting, and I have known them for years. They ended up in hospital for an extended period with multiple medications being trialed before an effective regime was established. Once discharged, they needed several months to recover the level of function that they needed to return to active nursing duties. They were lucky as they were in a role that already provided long-term disability protection. However, others who experience similar circumstances may not have such good fortune, and this bill seeks to remedy that inequity. As a healthcare provider, I've seen these impacts up front, with those who have lost their jobs also losing their ability to pay rent, car payments, and other day-to-day household costs, which can spiral an individual into a severely impoverished state and potentially take others with them. The other thing that this bill addresses is intimate partner violence, which is more and more of a critical need in our current society. Working in an environment that is already high stress as a nurse, I have encountered many individuals who have at various times had to leave their home, taking their dependents with them, possibly taking their pets with them because the other person may take their anger out on the pet. And they need time. They need time to get into shelter. They need time to get everybody somewhere safe. They need time to be able to perhaps sleep for the first time, to feel safe to go to sleep, that they don't have to worry about their own safety or the safety of their dependents. They need time to figure out where they're going to live once they are able to leave the shelter and reestablish themselves. These things do not come in short order. We know this. They need time to reestablish a life. And that time is not counted in 1 or 2 weeks. So this is particularly valuable to those people. And yet another step that we're taking to work towards diminishing the impact of intimate partner violence. All these scenarios are very real and are encountered by many in our province. So let's make it better for those people who encounter severe illness or injury or violence in their home by ensuring they can be off work for up to 27 weeks if needed and be able to return to their job and income once they have recovered physically, mentally, emotionally, and are able to return to work. As always, consultation has been broad in crafting this amendment. Employers, workers, and patient advocates were canvassed, most of whom felt that that workers who have had long-term illness or injury should have a job to return to, knowledge of which can be critical in the planning and the process of healing and recuperation. Once again, our government is moving forward in establishing legislation that protects employees, in this case at a time when they are at their most vulnerable. It allows people to increase their focus on recovering, recuperating, rehabilitating, or at times, learning how to manage their new state of health. And again, this brings British Columbia into alignment with other provinces across the country. Given the positive impacts that this legislation will provide for the people of British Columbia, I am happy to support Bill 30, the Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise with regard to Bill 30, the Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act. This legislation creates a new unpaid job-protected leave for British Columbians facing a catastrophic illness or injury up to 27 weeks within a 12-month period. It's a policy that is clearly rooted in compassion, and it fills a gap in current employment standards. When someone receives a life-altering diagnosis or suffers a serious injury, they deserve the security of knowing their job will still be there when they're well enough to return. Until now, BC has had no specific protection for workers who need extended time off because of a long-term illness or injury that occurred outside the workplace. WorkSafe BC covers injuries on the job, but this bill covers the many people who face health crises off the job, and that's an important distinction. Under Bill 30, a worker who is medically certified as unable to work can take up to 27 weeks of unpaid leave in a 12-month period. It aligns with the Federal Employment Insurance Sickness Benefit Program and provides flexibility for the leave to be taken in blocks or as a continuous period. The bill also enables government to define by regulation who qualifies as a health practitioner and to establish minimum employment tenure requirements before eligibility. These are reasonable steps that recognize the need for compassion while keeping some structure around how that compassion is delivered. As the opposition critic for small business, and as someone who runs a small business, or helps my wife do so, I see this through the lens of real-world operations and the implications for business. In a small business, especially a family-run business, every person counts. There is no HR department or corporate back office to absorb long absences. When a team member is away, others step up, and the owner often steps in. Most small business owners already demonstrate this kind of compassion voluntarily. They know their employees and families personally and do what they can to support them through tough times. What they ask for is balance and predictability, so that policies intended to help don't become unintentionally unworkable for the people who create and sustain those jobs. Both the Retail Council of Canada and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business have been constructive voices on behalf of small business through this process. Retail is the largest private sector employer in British Columbia, with more than 358,000 workers as of July 2025. Core retail sales in BC reached $73 billion last year and generated $17 billion in wages and benefits. So when we talk about policy changes like this one, we have to remember that scale and the ripple effects across the entire economy. That's why it's important that we listen to voices from small business as we strive to get the balance right. In their August 2025 submission to the Ministry of Labour, the Retail Council expressed support for the intent of this bill, but raised practical and reasonable questions. They asked for clarity on when the 27-week leave resets, whether it refreshes every 52 weeks or only after a full year between leaves, so employers can plan their staffing accordingly. They also urged the government to define how this leave interacts with workers who aren't eligible for federal EI sickness benefits. Many small retailers don't have formal benefit programs or sick leave pools. In those cases, the business itself shoulders the burden. That matters in an environment where year-over-year sales are down, costs are up, and small business confidence in British Columbia is among the lowest in Canada for months on end. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business August 14th submission made similar points. They supported the principle of the leave, but recommended common-sense safeguards, such as a minimum employment threshold, an appeal process for disputes, and limited exemptions for micro-employers. They emphasized the need for clear rules on vacation, benefits, and return-to-work arrangements to avoid confusion and conflict. Both organizations were clear that consultation must be ongoing, not a one-time exercise. Small business owners want to get this right, but they need to be heard and supported as partners, not as afterthoughts. And it is my observation from my understanding that the consultation process on this bill was rather rushed and rather perfunctory, leaving exactly that impression, that it was a fait accompli and that consultation happened after the cake was largely baked. This bill does not exist in a vacuum. For small business owners, each new change in employment law, whether it's sick leave, stat holiday rules, pay transparency, or new administrative requirements, adds to the weight of compliance. Individually, each measure may be reasonable and well-intentioned. Cumulatively, they begin to strain the capacity of small operators who are already juggling thin margins, staff shortages, and rising interest rates. Not to mention, in the context of storefront small business, the wave of vandalism and violence unleashed by this government's irresponsible decriminalization agenda. As we introduce new protections for workers, we must also be mindful of the economic ecosystem that makes those jobs possible. A policy that is too heavy-handed in implementation can undermine the very stability it aims to create. That's why clarity, flexibility, and balance are so essential. Good employers want to do the right thing. We should make it easy for them to do it and do it well. Implementation will determine the success of this bill. Intent is important. Effect is equally important. Many small businesses and micro businesses don't have legal advisors or policy staff to interpret new regulations. They need plain language guides, sample forms, and a single place to get clear, definitive answers. Government should invest in education and outreach, not just press releases and self-congratulatory commercials, so that employers and workers understand their rights and responsibilities from day one. This needs to be a properly thought out, effectively communicated policy that is balanced, not just the next pre-election advertisement for the NDP. As we expand the Employment Standards Act, we should also ensure the Employment Standards Branch has the capacity to handle inquiries and resolve disputes promptly. Last year, fewer than 1/3 of complaints were resolved within 180 days, far short of the ministry's own targets. If we want this policy to succeed, we must resource the system that supports it. Madam Speaker, Bill 30 is a compassionate and necessary step. And as I and my colleague, the critic for Labour, have said, we recognize the intention, we recognize the compassion, and fundamentally, we support the intent. But in our role as critics, it is important that we identify challenges toward implementation and ensure that this and other bills are implemented with fulsome consultation and with a full understanding of the intended and unintended consequences and of the uncertainty that they may create for small business if they are not communicated clearly with clear definitions, clear scope, and an appropriate balance when it comes to both the legislation and the regulation to follow. It's important we recognize that behind every policy are real people, workers battling illness, and employers doing their best to keep businesses and communities strong. Small business owners want to support their teams in times of crisis. They simply need clarity, consistency, and respect for the realities of running a business on tight margins. That is the perspective that we look forward to bringing as we examine this bill further at the committee stage. This is a moment to match compassion with common sense and to show that good policy can balance both. I anticipate that we will likely support this bill and urge government to work closely with the small business community to make sure that it delivers on its promise and on its intent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm okay. My eyes are better. That's going to go unanswered. Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill 30, the Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act. So existing BC law, as outlined in the Employment Standards Act, only provides 8 days of job-protected leave with 3 unpaid and 5 paid sick leave days. Although many employers operate from a place of respect and understanding for employees, as has been pointed out, employees who take sick leave beyond those 8 days, there is no legal protection, which means their jobs would not be secure if they fell ill and required more time for recovery. Through no fault of their own, individuals who develop long-term illness in the course of their work could lose their jobs for being too sick to work. The BC Human Rights Code prohibits employers from terminating an employee on sick leave, but the onus lies with the employee to go through the Human Rights Tribunal to fight for their job. A difficult process to go through at the best of times, much less while experiencing long-term injury or illness. Until 2022, the Federal Employment Insurance Sickness Benefit provided 15 weeks of assistance for someone with a long-term illness or injury. Strong advocacy from groups like the Canadian Cancer Society called for extending this sickness benefit. After years of advocacy, in December 2022, the federal government extended EI sickness benefits to 26 weeks. This change was lauded by groups like the Canadian Cancer Society, the MS Society of Canada, and labour organizations as a welcomed and long overdue step. Since the extension of federal EI sickness benefits in 2022, provinces across the country have amended their laws around job-protected leave. Manitoba, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, and Quebec have extended job protection to align with EI sickness benefits. BC is finally joining these provinces to strengthen workers' rights. What does the bill do? An employee can take 27 weeks in a 52-week period of unpaid illness and injury leave. This change would align with the Federal Employment Insurance Sickness Benefit. In order to be able to take this leave, the employee must obtain a medical certificate from a physician or nurse practitioner. In this certificate, the medical professional will state the amount of leave that would be required. This will mean that the employee seeking leave would only need to acquire 1 medical certificate. Leave can be taken in intervals to support intermittent illnesses and treatments such as radiation or chemotherapy. An employer cannot change conditions of employment while the employee is on leave. People who face life-threatening or impacting illnesses deserve to take time off work to receive treatment and heal thoroughly. And they should have security in knowing their job will still be there once they've recovered. We're grateful to see this government take steps to improve workers' rights, allowing employees to prioritize their health when they are ill or injured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. Recognizing Esquimalt Colwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand in front of you today supporting Bill 30. And it's also an honor to be the Parliamentary Secretary of Labour, ensuring that we're continuing to support our workers in the province of British Columbia because they are the backbone of our province. On Monday, October 20th, Premier Eby, Minister Weiss introduced an amendment to the Employment Standards Act that would allow workers in British Columbia to take up to 27 weeks of unpaid job leave protection. That amendment will bring British Columbian protections up to a standard that is already in place in other jurisdictions in Canada, and in alignment with financial supports provided by the federal government under Employment Insurance Sickness Benefit Program. In 2024, the Canadian Cancer Society conducted a poll. Only half of British Columbians felt that their jobs would be protected under current laws, and if they went on to extended leave for illness and recovery time. This is extremely concerning. When someone is sick and needs to be able to work on their physical, mental health, we need to ensure that they feel the supports are there. Even more concerning is that the Cancer Society has shared with me cases in which employees were let go because they needed extended leave to recover from cancer. That is shameful to hear. The Canadian Society of Professionals in Disability Management have stated that at any given time, between 8 and 12% of the workforce in Canada is off due to an injury and are receiving workers' compensation, long-term disability, or weekly indemnity benefits. Of those workers, only 20% return to their jobs, sometimes because their employer has filled their position with somebody else. We know that 90% of intimate partner violent cases reported to police involve survivors aged 15 to 54, people who are in their prime working years. It's time to shift the narrative, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because these changes will make BC a better place to live and work in. We will help employers retain skill and it will help employers retain skilled and dedicated workers and facilitate smoother transitions for returning workers. Many employers understand the importance of protecting the jobs of their employees who suffer from serious illness or injury, and they abide by the BC Human Rights Code, which prohibits discrimination against those who have a physical or mental disability. However, the opposed amendments to the Employment Standards Act provide additional protection by removing any uncertainty that an employee's job is protected if the employee becomes seriously ill or injured. I'm going to share a story that I was given permission to share. Sherry received a diagnosis with multiple sclerosis in 2013. Sherry had been working in the financial service sector for 16 years. At that time, her career was everything to her. She was good at it. She loved it. She loved meeting with her clients, and her work meant a lot to her. But it became hard for Sherry, even more receiving her diagnosis, when she started experiencing symptoms. She began to miss work because the disease left her feeling exhausted and in pain, but she did not know what to do. That's when she started to feel like she was becoming unreliable to the expectations of her job, to her colleagues, and to her clients. And having worked in the industry for as long as she did, she was very well aware that she was falling short on the expectations she had for herself and her industry. She started to feel guilty. She began to carry that weight on top of everything else that was happening to her physically and a result of her disease. It was frustrating for her employer. It was frustrating for her. Importantly, it was an impossible benchmark for Sherry, who was put in the position of managing expectations about her own performance as she was still not 100% and healthy. The stress of having to be away from her job and knowing the impact of it having on her coworkers and clients made her MS symptoms worse. The diagnosis gave her clarity about her condition, but it also did little to alleviate the guilt she felt. She needed to travel from her home community in Fort St. John's to Vancouver, Prince George, and Alberta to see specialists, get MRIs, and other diagnoses done. This travel to attend medical appointments and seek treatment would take her 1 to 3 days, and each time her employer required Sherry to provide a doctor's note explaining the absence, and at the time, Sherry needed to go to see her doctor very frequently. She would pay out of pocket for those notes, and in the time she did forget, Sherry had to go to her local family doctor for a note to provide she had to travel for her health, or else risk leaving a bad mark on her record of her performance. Sherry did not know she would have a job to return to when she got healthy and back in order. She says, when you receive a difficult diagnosis, you are already grieving. Your body, as you know, your career, and the life you had when you were healthy. In addition to grief, I was feeling stress and the guilt of having to be away from work. The changes proposed in Bill 30 mean that people like Sherry would no longer need to carry the weight of guilt when they need to take time off to travel to medical appointments or undergo treatment of their illness. People who are living with serious illnesses or chronic diseases are already dealing with physical symptoms. Knowing that this time is available to take care of their health relieves them of any added unnecessary burden on their mental health. By 2014, Sherry's symptoms had worsened. She could not use her hands without pain, and after discussion with her doctor, she decided she needed to step away from her career to tend to her MS and her symptoms. In 2016, Sherry began volunteering for MS Canada, and in 2017 organized the first MS Walk in Fort St. John's. She has since raised over $100,000 in community for people living with MS. I wish to close with Sherry's words. I hope employers understand the importance of this change. For anybody with a difficult diagnosis trying to recover or seek treatment, you'd have to choose between health and your career. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians are working hard towards a brighter future for our province, one that has Canadian values at its core, like community and caring for one another. And together, British Columbians are lighting the path forward. In 2022, the Canadian Cancer Society conducted a poll that found 93% of Canadians supported job protection illness leave. The changes proposed in Bill 30 reflects on the values of our government, that people will be at the heart of every decision. Mr. Speaker, I hope among myself, my opposition, third and fourth party, our independents, that we can all agree that we can pass this bill and ensure people like Sherry knows when they need those protections, they're in place, their jobs are in place, their livelihoods are in place, and that they get a place to go back to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our MLA from Langley, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill 30. And with this, I would like to support this bill in principle, but I feel as opposition it's really important to speak on the key things where I feel there could be some shortfalls. The Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation adds a new type of unpaid job-protected leave to the Employment Standards Act, allowing employees who suffer from serious illness or injury to take up to 27 weeks within a 12-month period of time to focus on recovery. At its heart, this bill is about compassion, dignity, and stability. Life can change in an instant. A cancer diagnosis, a serious injury, a sudden medical crisis, no British Columbian should have to choose between their job and their health. That principle is one we're standing behind, and I would like to support this bill. Speaker, I think all of us can agree that the illness and injury doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone, a parent, a co-worker, a friend, or even ourselves. In my own life, I've seen how quickly things can change. A close friend of mine, someone I grew up with, was involved in a serious accident and couldn't work for several months. Instead of focusing on healing, he was continuously worried that he could afford to hold his job. His employer wanted to help, but didn't know what the law allowed. If legislations like Bill 30 had been in place with clear guidance and communication, it would have taken enormous pressure off both of them. That's what this bill has the potential to do if implemented properly. Give workers peace of mind, give employers clarity when life takes an unexpected turn. My role as opposition critic for jobs and economic development, Speaker, as formerly the opposition critic for transportation and now the opposition critic for jobs and economic development, I have spent a great deal of time meeting with workers, business owners, community leaders across this province of British Columbia. I've traveled through the interior, up through the Caribou, through Quesnel, down to Smithers, back down through the interior, through Shuswap to Revelstoke, Golden, all across the Kootenays and loop back around the Similkameen area, Kelowna, and all the way back to the Fraser Valley. Everywhere I go, I hear the same thing. People want clarity, they want fairness, the opportunity to succeed. Whether it's a small business trying to get staff or a worker trying to get recovery from an illness, everyone wants stability and a system that actually works. Part of my responsibility as critic is to ensure that policies like this one protect workers in times of hardship while keeping businesses strong enough to continue creating opportunities for them. It's easy for government to make compassionate announcements, but good intentions must be backed by good implementation. That's why my approach to this bill is one of constructive support. I agree with the principle, but I want to make sure it's done right. While I support the intent of this legislation, there are several areas where greater clarity is needed. First, the bill allows Cabinet to decide by regulation who qualifies as a health practitioner. That may sound like a small detail, but it's crucial, particularly for people in smaller and rural communities. In many of those areas I just mentioned, it can take weeks to see a doctor. People rely on nurse practitioners, community clinics, and regional health centers. They deserve the same access to job-protected leave as someone living in Vancouver or Victoria. Second, the government will also determine by regulation how long someone must have worked for before qualifying for that leave. The threshold must be clear and fair from the start. Third, the Ministry of Labour must be ready to manage this properly. The Employment Standards Branch already deals with a lot of backlogs, with cases stacking up to 6 months to resolve. If the government adds more responsibility without improving response times, confusion will grow instead of compassion. Speaker, back home in Langley, Abbotsford, I speak with business owners all the time. People who employ our neighbours, sponsor our local sports teams, and quietly give back to this community. These are the good people who genuinely care about their employees. When someone on their team is facing hardship, whether it's an illness, injury, or a family challenge, they'll do whatever they can to help. And that's just who they are. What they tell me is that they want clarity. They want to know exactly what the rules are, and so they can do the right thing without fear of getting it wrong. Large corporations have legal departments and HR teams, but small businesses don't. For them, a 27-week absence can mean everyone else working double shifts just to keep the doors open. That's why this bill needs to be clear, flexible, and practical, so small businesses can plan ahead and the workers can recover with a peace of mind. Compassion for employees and common sense for employers must go hand in hand. Speaker, as I've said before, the success of the law depends not on how it sounds in a press release, but how it works in real life. If this bill is to deliver what it promises, governments must provide plain language information for both employees and employers, clearly outlining what documentation is needed, how to apply, and how to return to work once recovery allows. If the rules are confusing or inconsistent, the people this bill is meant to help will be the ones most affected. We need to make sure the process is simple, fair, and accessible. Because when someone is seriously ill, the last thing they need to get caught up is in red tape. It's also important to recognize that this bill fills a gap. If an injury happens on the job, WorkSafe BC provides protection. But for serious illness or injuries that happen outside of the workplace, there's been no similar safeguard. But Bill 30 addresses that gap, and that is a good thing. However, this government must ensure that WorkSafe BC and the new leave provisions are aligned, so people aren't caught between two systems that don't speak to each other. So while I support this legislation, I want to see government focus on 4 key steps to make it work. Number 1, define key terms clearly, especially who qualifies as a health practitioner and what documentation is required. 2, consult directly with small business owners and industry groups before finalizing the regulations. Number 3, fix Employment Standards Branch delays so people get answers in weeks, not months. Number 4, communicate simply and transparently with both employers and employees. If those steps are taken, this bill can provide real help when people need it the most, without adding unnecessary hardships to the very employers who keep our communities strong. Speaker, British Columbians are hardworking and compassionate people. When someone in our community is sick or hurt, we come together to help. We check in, we lend a hand, and we make sure they can get back on their feet. This bill reflects the same spirit, ensuring that when someone faces serious illness or injury, their livelihood isn't lost along with their health. As opposition critic for jobs and economic development, I'll continue to support measures that ensure to protect people while ensuring businesses can thrive. I would also like to support this bill, but I really want to make sure there is clarity, and I will be watching closely to ensure it's implemented with clarity, compassion, and common sense. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the amendment to the Employment Standards Act that will allow workers across British Columbia to take up to 27 weeks of unpaid, job-protected medical leave when facing a serious illness or injury. This bill is about compassion, it's about fairness, and it's about making sure that here in British Columbia, no one ever has to choose between their health and their livelihood. I want to commend Premier David Eby and Minister of Labour for introducing this important legislation and for listening to the voices of workers, patient advocates, and employers who have all said the same thing. People deserve peace of mind when they are at their most vulnerable. This amendment brings British Columbia up to the same standard that already exists in several other provinces: Ontario, Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador, and aligns us with the Federal Employment Insurance Sickness Benefit Program, which provides income support for up to 27 weeks. It's a change that has been a long time coming, and one that will make a real difference for thousands of people and families across our province. Honourable Speaker, every one of us knows someone whose life has been changed by a diagnosis like cancer, multiple sclerosis, heart disease, or Parkinson's. We know people who have faced devastating injuries from accidents or violence or simply the unpredictable turns of life. When illness strikes, it can turn a person's world upside down. In those moments, the last thing anyone should have to worry about is whether their job will be there when they recover. This amendment gives workers the dignity and security they deserve, the assurance that when they are ready to return to work, their job will still be waiting for them. It gives them time to heal, to undergo treatment, to rebuild their strength, and to do so without any worry or fear. I have heard from constituents in Vancouver-Langara who have shared how difficult it can be to manage a long-term illness while also worrying about their job. One woman told me that after being diagnosed with breast cancer, she used her vacation days and short-term leave just to get through chemotherapy. When those ran out, she didn't know what would happen next. She said, and I quote, "I just needed time to get better, but I also needed my job to come back to." End quote. Honorable Speaker, that should not be too much to ask for in a province as caring and forward-thinking as ours. This legislation will ensure that workers like her, our neighbors, our friends, our family members, do not have to face that kind of impossible choice again. Many employers in British Columbia already do the right thing. They understand that supporting workers through illness isn't just the compassionate thing to do, it's also good business. When you take care of people, they come back stronger, more loyal, and more committed. And this bill recognizes that partnership. I want to acknowledge the employers, unions, and associations that supported this change, including the Retail Council of Canada and the Tourism Industry Association of BC. Their willingness to work together with government shows the best of what we can achieve when compassion and collaboration guide our decisions. Importantly, this leave is unpaid, so businesses are not being asked to cover wages during the leave period. Instead, this amendment provides clarity and fairness, a clear framework that balances the needs of workers and employers alike. This amendment also reflects our shared values of equity and inclusion. It acknowledges that people living with disabilities or chronic illnesses deserve the same opportunity to remain in the workforce, to recover, and to contribute to their communities. We know that 1 in 4 British Columbians lives with a disability. For too long, many have had to make the painful choice of between working beyond their capacity or giving up their job entirely. As the Disability Alliance BC said, this change will remove a key barrier to employment and help build a more inclusive labor market. And for survivors of intimate partner violence who may suffer serious long-term injuries, this new leave will ensure that they have the time they need to seek medical care and recover safely without risking their employment. That too, Mr. Speaker, is an important step toward justice and healing. Honorable Speaker, the evidence supporting this change is clear. In any given year, 8% to 12% of Canadian workers are away from work because of injury, illness, or disability. In British Columbia alone, about 53,000 people claim federal employment insurance sickness benefits each year, and many of them need longer than just a few weeks to recover. There are also 245,000 people living with cancer in our province today, 42% of whom have survived more than a decade after diagnosis. That tells us something powerful. People can and do recover. With time, treatment, and support, they return to their families, their communities, and their workplaces. This legislation gives them the time they need to make that recovery possible. Now, some may ask whether this change will be difficult for small businesses. I understand those concerns. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and they have faced immense pressure over the past few years. But our government continues to support them by doubling the employer health tax exemption threshold to $1 million, maintaining one of the lowest small business tax rates in Canada, and helping open new trade and investment opportunities. We know that a healthy workforce is a productive workforce. Supporting people through recovery is an investment, not just in individuals, but in our economy and in the social fabric of this province. Honorable Speaker, this amendment is about more than a legislation. It's about empathy. It's about recognizing that at some point, any of us or someone we love could find ourselves in that position. It's about ensuring that British Columbia continues to lead with compassion to build workplaces that are fair, inclusive, and humane. As our Premier said, and I quote, "People should never have to choose between their job and their health." And as our Minister of Labour reminded us, when life takes an unexpected turn, workers deserve to know their job will be there when they're ready to come back. With this amendment, we are saying clearly, your health matters, your recovery matters, and your contribution to this province matters. So today, I am proud to stand in support of this legislation, proud to stand with workers, with families, and with every British Columbian who has faced illness with courage and hope. Let's make sure that when our people focus on getting better, they can do so knowing that their future remains secure. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. I think you caught yourself in your early error in your speech, but I do want to remind everyone not to refer to each other by their name. Recognizing our member from Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak to Bill 30, the Employment Standards Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act. As I think you've heard, as the House has heard and people at home have heard, on the surface of it, of the basic understanding of this bill, certainly the opposition understands where the government is trying to head and agrees that people need to have a level of protection and assurance that their job will be there, especially as they're going through very serious health challenges, regardless of what it might be and how it came about. We do have, though, and I certainly have, questions around getting that clarification, as we've heard from other speakers, to the bill, and we've heard from government members saying this bill very clearly lays out, and a few have said that. But there are a lot of questions that business community does have, not in opposition to, but in clarification of how this bill will be truly implemented and work in the actual real world of small business and large business in general. As a former small business owner myself and operator, I can think back to when maternity and paternity leave first came in, and that was going to be the death knell for businesses, and businesses adapted. They figured it out, and as it unfolded, they started to realize the benefit it actually was to their workforce. And as they got used to the provisions and how you can work that into your employee base, and again, how you can have a trained employee then seek those benefits out, continue on growing their family, and have a trained skilled worker coming back into the workforce again. You know, it's been an adaptation time frame that has now no one can really remember what it was like before that. And that's what I think we will see the evolution of Bill 30 happen as well in the workforce. There's no doubt about that, but it does need to have that clarity. It needs to have that clarity as we move through committee stage around the starting and stopping of the 27 weeks and how much time frame in between the starting and stopping resets it back to the 27. And I say that because under the current backdrop of what we're facing with access to health care and treatment in this province, it's not unrealistic that people need to, and they do on a regular basis, start a treatment and then need to wait to get access to another specialist for another portion of their treatment or their procedures that they need done. And so how does that mesh with this legislation will be an important part as we move through committee stage so that the public, the employee that needs these types of provisions, can clearly understand how it works, but also the employer. Because obviously it needs to be that give and take relationship, and my experience has been most employers are very good about things like this. However, there's always those few that create the need for legislation like this, because they don't work with the employee and they aren't reasonable with the employee's expectation or needs within their personal life. And so we do need to make sure there's some provisions. But the provisions need to be clearly understood. And they need to be clearly understood because with the Employers Standards Branch has a backlog of files that are taking 6 months plus to action. You think about the 27 weeks in this bill, that's 189 days. The Employment Standards Branch right now is backed up 180 days. And so I get that these aren't directly connected, but if there is an employee or an employer that takes issue with how the provisions of Bill 30 are being applied in a particular situation, and one side or the other wants to go to the employer's labor branch, standards branch, that could create some more backlog and some more problems, unnecessarily potentially, and it's strictly because there's not the clarity necessarily needed at this stage. And so that's what committee stage hopefully will shine a light on, bring that clarity and that certainty to it, because frankly, the government has the best of intentions with a bill like this, I have no doubt about that. But we have seen many unintended consequences over the last 7 years of legislation brought forward. And in fact, this session, we're seeing either by way of private member bill from the government or other pieces of legislation, essentially changing and amending legislation this government themselves brought in, because the errors and the complications and the unintended consequences they were warned about when that legislation first came in, if you go back and read second reading and committee stage debate, they were warned about and ignored about the flaws or about the real world implications of those pieces of legislation. And so this session has been kind of a clean up our errors session, as far as I can tell, with a lot of the pieces of legislation. So Bill 30, as well-intentioned as it is, needs to be as close to correct and accurate and well understood coming out of the gate as possible, because of that 180-day backlog that has grown under this government's watch at the Employer Standards Branch. That's a 180-day wait on files for either an employer or an employee to start moving their file forward when there's a dispute between the two at the Employment Standards Branch. That doesn't scream workers' protection to me. That doesn't scream employer protection to me. That screams yet another area of government that's got massive backlogs. Again, we just had to deal with a piece of legislation around driver's licensing because the testing was so backlogged, we had to take away a driving test. We're now dealing with a piece of legislation that if it's not clearly spelled out for employees and employers, what their rights actually are, what the timelines actually are, how this actually can be actioned and tracked, and all of those timelines, there's a very real possibility that 180-day delay at the Employment Standards Branch increases.
So that's why you're hearing from the opposition that on the surface, we agree with the spirit and the intent of Bill 30. We do recognize that people need to be protected. We do recognize that people need to have that peace of mind in the back of their minds, that their job will be there for them. That's the last thing they need to be worrying about as they're trying to figure out their next few months of recovery, of treatment, of procedures, of health processes. But that only works if the other pieces of the government services that injured employee needs to access are actually available to them. If they don't have timely access to the physiotherapy they might need, that's going to put a strain on the 27 weeks. And we know there's a backlog for physiotherapy. We know in the case of cancer care and cancer treatments, there's backlogs. 8 weeks to get a PET scan in Kamloops, out of town, because the government won't approve a PET scan in Kamloops. God forbid we have one in our new cancer centre that may or may not ever break ground. I digress. But that's a very real clock that starts to tick on somebody that is waiting for a PET scan to get a treatment plan to start cancer treatments. Do they continue to work for those 8 weeks while they're waiting for their scan? And it's playing on the back of their mind. Because if they don't, by the time they get their scan, they only have 19 weeks left. So the failures in the health system created under this government's watch of timelines will put pressure on Bill 30. Counseling services, addiction services. If you're a construction worker that needs the 27 weeks because you're ready to go into treatment because you started taking oxy for an on-the-job injury and you have finally, with your family's support, wanted to seek out treatment, 27 weeks is critical for you to know you have a job to come back to still. Will the treatment be there for the full 27 weeks? When you're ready to seek treatment, you have that moment of clarity and you can't be back on the job site because it's a safety hazard. Does that start the 27 weeks? These are serious, real-world ramifications of what is happening because of a crumbling healthcare system under this government's watch. And how it interconnects to Bill 30 will be critically important as we move through committee stage. So it's wonderful that the government wants to pat themselves on the back on a bill like this because it is a good measure. But it's only a good measure if it actually will accomplish what the stated intention is. Simply telling somebody that they can be away from work for 27 weeks without fear of losing their job while they're seeking out treatment that might take 26 weeks to access, and they haven't even started actual recovery, but they're living in pain because they need a new hip, doesn't really help them on the recovery side. If you're a warehouse worker and you need a new hip, if you're a fast food employee working on hard tile floors, I worked in the food and beverage industry, slippery, greasy floors, hard tile, very hard on your back, very hard on your hips. If you're being told you need a new hip and it's too painful to go to work, how does Bill 30 help you if you have to wait 6 months, if you have to wait 26 weeks to get that hip? Those are the things we're going to need answers from this government, not flowery language about a perfect world in a perfect setting, because we know what the wait times are. We know that if an employee does not agree with the decision about their 27 weeks of agreement with the employer and the employee on when it should or shouldn't start and stop, and they want to go to the Employment Standards Branch, they have at least a 180-day wait created under this government. So the theoretical, as with most things this government tries to bring forward, gets painted in a perfect scenario. But what people are living in their day-to-day lives in British Columbia is something completely different. The pressure small business feels right now around having properly trained employees and their workforce, the pressure employees are feeling with their cost of living pressures, and they feel that they need to go to work, whether they feel up to it or not because of pressure from the employer, but pressure from the economy. Because of pressure of the cost of groceries at the grocery store that we've just heard today in question period about how much food bank usage has gone up, or was that yesterday maybe, in this province, under this government's watch. There's a lot of people going to work in pain, not because they're fearful of their employer. They're going to work in pain because they can't afford to stay home because of the cost of living in British Columbia. So it'll be interesting to see how the government addresses the broader concepts as we get into committee stage on Bill 30, because again, we fully agree someone shouldn't have to lose their job waiting to get a new hip because they physically can't do the job without a new hip. They also shouldn't be sitting on a wait list for that whole time waiting for that hip and then find out they have no more unpaid leave. So now they've got a new hip and no job. I guess they could take it to the Employment Standards Branch and argue it, but they'd have to wait another 6 months to get a hearing at least. That, again, is the fundamental flaw when we hear the government stand up and say all the wonderful and great things they're intending with a piece of legislation. Because if everything else in the government system was working properly, it would actually stand up to scrutiny, what they're saying. But everything is not working that way. WorkSafe. We all get constituent files. Now, I understand WorkSafe provisions. If you're injured at work on this, WorkSafe provisions still kick in. I get that. But WorkSafe is not exactly an easy place to navigate if you're an employee that's been injured. So what happens now with those disputes and those resolutions when the employer might think that the person was injured at a rec hockey game? I actually do know people that were injured at rec hockey games and went to work with a broken arm the next morning because they were fearful of not having coverage and some money coming in while they were rehabbing. So they stayed home overnight, went to work. What happens when the employer wants to dispute that 180 days, whether or not the employee was hurt at work or not at work? Now, technically, they would qualify for unpaid leave under this bill, but there's still that 180-day process going with the Employment Standards Branch. These are things that happen in the real world. There is definitely bad actors of employers. There's definitely also occasional employees that push the limits of the rules. Shockingly, that's human nature on both sides of the equation. So how will Bill 30 properly protect and properly advance the timelines for employee protection while still also protecting that other side of the equation, the employer protection? That's what you're hearing from small businesses right now. Not an opposition to the bill, not in opposition to the concept of the bill. But we can't afford, employees and employers cannot afford another piece of legislation that is grossly overpromised by this government, grossly underperforms by this government, and then they wait a couple of years to bring in yet more amendments to correct things that get pointed out in committee stage because they get brushed off, as that won't happen. Because we see it time and again. So I do hope that the minister has answers for the timelines, especially as it relates to people that are stuck on wait lists for serious medical procedures, and how the 27 weeks correlates with that or not. and their recovery time and their ability to actually return to work or not. Because there are things that people literally get to the breaking point where they just physically cannot work anymore while they are stuck on waiting lists in this province. And if the government wants to try to pretend otherwise, that's shameful. It's called a government facing the reality of the situation the residents of British Columbia are living with on a daily basis and acknowledging it. Not trying to sugarcoat everything. So those are the questions and the areas, as my colleagues that spoke before me, Mr. Chair, and myself, will be interested in as we get into committee stage, to hear what the government's plan actually is to truly address worker and employers' relationships around unpaid sick leave, and whether or not it will truly help those that truly need the help, or if it's another feel-good exercise by the government that is going to require a bunch of amending by this House in the years to come after a couple of years of frustrations by employees and employers trying to access the rules of this bill. We hope that's not the case. We hope there will be that clarity at committee stage. But based on past history, I'm not overly optimistic, but we will see. I would love to be proven wrong. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. Recognizing the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
Thank you, Speaker. It's good to see you in the chair. I am so glad to be able to speak to Bill 30, the Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025, because no one should have to choose between their health and their job. And I think that every member in this House agrees with that. We all know people in our own families, our friends, our loved ones. We know people who have experienced a life-altering diagnosis, an accident, an illness, earlier mentioning rec hockey, which has caused some grief in my family. Luckily, we are fully recovered. But having this bill pass means that workers can concentrate on getting better. They don't have to worry about being able to keep their job. They'll have that peace of mind when they need to fully focus on what's best for them and their family in the road that they have ahead of them. And noting the hour, Speaker, I've reserved my spot in debate.
And adjourn the debate.
And adjourn debate. Thank you.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section 8 reports progress on Bill 20 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.